The World as Will and Representation _V1. Arthur Schopenhauer. Arthur Schopenhauer's The World as Will and Representation, Volume 1, unfolds a single thought under four perspectives. The world as representation under the principle of sufficient reason. The same world as will in its objectivation. Representation freed from that principle in the Platonic idea in art, and the will to life affirmed or negated in ethics. Prefaces prescribe how to read. An appendix settles accounts with Kant. Forensic summary of the Cambridge Norman Welchman Janaway text. Schopenhauer's body, not the editor's apparatus. Abstract. Arthur Schopenhauer's The World as Will and Representation, Volume 1, presents one organic thought under four perspectives plus an appendix on Kant. The world is representation for a subject under the principle of sufficient reason, and the same world is will as thing in itself, immediately known in the body and objectified in graded ideas. Aesthetic contemplation and music give a sabbath from willing. Ethics describes affirmation and negation of the will to life without an ought, culminating in compassion, ascetic quietive, and relative nothing. Prefaces demand Kant, the fourfold root, and twice through reading. The appendix keeps Kant's dream constitution of appearance and moral meaning while discarding architectonic categories, the thing in itself as cause and cold formal duty. This forensic summary follows the Cambridge Norman Welchman Janaway text of Schopenhauer's body, editorial front matter, and variants excluded, in the author's polemical register. Executive summary. The central thesis. The world is my representation, object for subject under space, time, and causality, and the world is will, the thing in itself appearing in grades from natural force to human character. Happiness is only negative liberation from lack. Suffering is essential to affirmation of the will to life. Pure cognition of ideas, art, and at the limit, cognition become quietive, negation, asceticism. Interrupt that affirmation. Suicide does not. Kant woke philosophy from dogmatic dream, but aired an architectonic scaffolding and in inferring the thing in itself as cause of sensation. The will closes that gap without restoring scholastic metaphysics. Foundational observations. Single thought/prefaces. Metaphysics, ethics, and aesthetics as aspects of one cognition. Organic reading. Debt to Kant, Plato, Hindus. Contempt for professor philosophy. Book I. Representation. Subject/object correlativity. PSR. Understanding as causality and intuition. Reason as concepts. Science as cognition from grounds. Stoic eudaimonism as wooden mannequin. Book 2. Will. Body as objecthood of will. Will as thing in itself. Grades of objectivation. Teleology without design. Hungry will and struggle. Book 3. Idea and art. Will less contemplation. Genius. Beautiful/sublime. Hierarchy of arts. Music as copy of the will. Book 4. Affirmation/negation. No ought. Intelligible versus empirical character. Sex and wrong. Eternal justice and Maya. Compassion. Quietive versus suicide. Relative nothing. Appendix. Kant. Merits. Appearance/Maya. Moral meaning. Defects. Thing in itself as cause. 12 categories. Ideal. CI as egoism. A addition idealism. Significance and recommendation. WWRV 1 remains the hinge between Kantian critique and later will and life philosophies. It converts transcendental idealism into a metaphysics of will without absolute spirit, and it converts aesthetics into the preparation for an ethics of compassion and negation. Read it, or this forensic map. If you need the architecture of representation and will, the metaphysical ranking of the arts, especially music, or a non-canon ethics that still takes freedom and character seriously, do not expect a duty table, a theodicy, or Volume 2 supplements. Bring patience for polemic. The register is first person, hungry, and impatient with windbags by design. Prefaces. What I propose here is to specify how this book is to be read so as to be understood. It aims to convey a single thought, And in spite of all my efforts, I could find no shorter way of conveying that thought than the whole of this book. I believe it is the idea people have sought for so long under the heading of philosophy, which scholars of history have thought as impossible to discover as the philosopher's stone, although Pliny already told them how much has been considered impossible before it has been done. Considered from different sides, this one thought reveals itself respectively as what has been called metaphysics, what has been called ethics, and what has been called aesthetics. And it is only natural that it be all of these, if it really is what I claim it to be. A system of thoughts must have an architectonic coherence. One part supports another without the second supporting the first, the foundation stone supporting all without itself being supported. A single thought, however comprehensive, must preserve the most perfect unity. If it is divided up in order to be communicated, the various parts must still be organically coherent, each part containing the whole just as much as it is contained by the whole, with no part first and no part last, the whole thought rendered more distinct through each part, and even the smallest part incapable of being fully understood without a prior understanding of the whole. But a book must have a first line and a last, and to this extent will always be very different from an organism. Form and matter are in contradiction here. The only way to completely fathom the thought presented here is therefore to read the book twice, and in fact with considerable patience the first time, the sort of patience that only comes from a voluntary conviction that the beginning presupposes the end almost as much as the end presupposes the beginning. I say almost because this is by no means unconditionally so, and anything that could be done to give priority to what is explained only in the sequel has been honestly and conscientiously done. The first reading requires a patience that comes from the confidence that a second reading will put many things, if not everything, in a very different light. The organic rather than chain-like structure of the whole has not allowed me to divide the work into chapters and paragraphs, but has required me to leave it in four main parts, for perspectives as it were on the one thought. In each of these four books, the reader must be particularly careful not to lose sight of the principal thought in the associated details. The second demand is that the introduction be read before the book itself, even though it is not located inside the book, but rather appeared 5 years earlier under the title On the Fourfold Root of the Principle of Sufficient Reason. It is absolutely impossible to truly understand the present work unless the reader is familiar with this introduction and propedeutic, and the contents of that essay are presupposed here as much as if they had been included in the book. Only after the reader has fully recognized what the principle of sufficient reason is and means, where it is valid and where it is not, that it is not prior to all things, and that the whole world does not exist only in consequence of and according to this principle. Only then is it possible to grasp the method of philosophizing attempted here for the first time, utterly distinct from all previous methods. A similar aversion to repeating myself accounts for another gap in the first book. I have omitted everything written in the first chapter of my essay on vision and colors, which otherwise would have found its place here. A third demand is acquaintance with the principal works of Kant. I speak more fully of this in the appendix and in the second preface. Whoever finds these demands too much may put the book down, or, by far the best option of all, write a review of it. After allowing myself this joke, I offer up this book with profound seriousness and in the firm conviction that sooner or later it will reach those to whom alone it can be addressed. Truth in every branch of knowledge is granted only a short victory celebration between two long periods when it is condemned as paradoxical or disparaged as trivial. Life is short, and the reach of the truth is long and long-lived. Let us speak. Single thought, organically one under four perspectives, metaphysics, ethics, aesthetics as sides of one idea. Fourfold root, obligatory propedeutic, principle of sufficient reason as form of the object for a subject, not prior to the world. Read twice. Patience on first reading. Organic unity contradicts the linear form of a book. Quote, what I propose to do here is to specify how this book is to be read so as to be understood. It aims to convey a single thought, but in spite of all my efforts, I could not find a shorter way of conveying the thought than the whole of this book. Quote, "A single thought must preserve the most perfect unity. If it is divided up in order to be communicated, the various parts must still be organically coherent, i.e., each part containing the whole just as much as it is contained by the whole, with no part first and no part last." Preface to the second edition. Not to my contemporaries, not to my compatriots. To humanity, I commit my work, confident that it will not be without value for it, even if this value is recognized only late, as is the fate of everything good. For it cannot have been for the passing generation, entangled in sophistry, that my mind, almost against my will, has been occupied without interruption for so many years with work whose outcome is now before the world. The problem itself must be pursued for its own sake, or else it will fail, because intent is always dangerous to insight. After Kant gave renewed prestige to philosophy, it was not long before this too had to become the instrument of different goals, of state goals from above and personal ones from below. Even if this was not philosophy in the strict sense, it was nonetheless its look-alike and past for philosophy. The vast majority of people are constitutionally incapable of entertaining any goals except material ones. If you see a remarkable bustle discussing matters philosophical, you can confidently assume that the hidden driving force is personal, official, ecclesiastical, political, in short, material interests. Partisan interests set in motion the many pens of so-called philosophers. Truth is not their goal. In the meantime, I will see the semblance of the problem having its day, and this is as it should be. Everything worthwhile takes a long time to gain currency, particularly if its nature is instructive and not entertaining. Meanwhile, falseness glitters and gleams. This is just the curse of this world of misery and need. Everything must serve and slave for them. The world is not built to permit any noble striving toward light and truth to thrive unchecked for its own sake. The changes to the first volume never touch on what is essential, but concern secondary matters, short explanatory addenda, with significant corrections only in the critique of the Kantian philosophy. The supplementary second volume is my preferred method for adding to and improving each book. The 25 years that have passed have made such a difference in my mode of presentation that I could not merge the content of the two volumes into a unified whole without detriment to both. Each volume supplements the other. The first has what only the fervor of youth and the energy of a first conception can bring. The second has the maturity and complete elaboration that follow only from a long life and much hard work. Like an achromatic object glass that cannot be made from a single piece, the work requires a convex lens of crown glass with a concave lens of flint glass. Only together produce the desired effect. I strongly advise those unfamiliar with my philosophy to begin with the first volume without getting drawn into the supplements, and to use these only in a second reading. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to grasp the coherence of the system, which only the first volume presents. I reiterate, my philosophy takes Kant as its point of departure and presupposes a thorough familiarity with that philosophy. Kant's teaching so fundamentally alters every mind that has grasped it that it can be considered an intellectual rebirth. It is the only thing capable of truly eliminating the inherent realism that comes from the original constitution of the intellect. Neither Berkeley nor Malebranche could accomplish this, because they remain too strictly with the universal, while Kant enters into the particular in a way that has neither precedent nor successor. People who have not mastered Kant philosophy are, whatever else they might have done, in something like a state of innocence, caught in that natural and childish realism into which we are all born, and which makes everything possible for us except philosophy. That this truth sounds paradoxical today is due to a generation that has read Kant quickly and impatiently or heard only a second-hand report, having wasted its time with the philosophemes of ordinary minds or of the windbag sophists irresponsibly recommended to it. Against Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, shameless charlatans who made philosophy the instrument of personal and state aims, I set the quiet pursuit of a single thought that needs no mask. Intent versus insight. Philosophy as look-alike in the service of material interests. Truth pursued for its own sake, or not at all. 2 volumes as achromatic glass. Use conception and ages elaboration. Use supplements only on second reading. Kant as intellectual rebirth. Eliminates innate realism. Without him, philosophy is impossible. Quote, Kant's teaching so fundamentally alters every mind that has grasped it that it can be considered an intellectual rebirth. It is the only thing capable of truly eliminating the inherent realism that comes from the original constitution of the intellect. People who have not mastered Kant's philosophy are caught in that natural and childish realism into which we are all born, and which makes everything possible for us except philosophy. Preface to the 3rd edition. With genuine joy, I see this 3rd edition after 25 further years. I have lived to revise what I wrote in the strength of youth. What belongs to the 2nd volume of the Parerga may be recognized by chapter titles as editions that would have found their proper home in these volumes, placed where I could when it was an open question whether I would live to see this edition. If anyone, running the whole day, arrives at evening, it is enough. Frankfurt am Main, September 1859. First book, The World as Representation. Representation subject to the principle of sufficient reason. The world is my representation. This holds true for every living, cognitive being, although only a human being can bring it to abstract, reflective consciousness. And if he actually does so, he has become philosophically sound. It immediately becomes clear and certain to him that he is not acquainted with either the sun or the earth, but rather only with an eye that sees a sun, with a hand that feels an earth, and that the surrounding world exists only as representation, exclusively in relation to something else, the representing being that he himself is. If any a priori truth can be asserted, then this is it, for this truth expresses the form of all possible and conceivable experience, more universal than time, space, and causality, which in fact presuppose it. Subject/object dichotomy is the general form of all classes of representation. No truth is more certain, more independent of all others, or less in need of proof than this, that everything there is for cognition, the whole world, is only an object in relation to a subject, an intuition of a beholder, in a word, representation. This truth is not new. It was present in Descartes' skeptical considerations. Berkeley was the first to express it definitely. Kant's first mistake was to neglect this proposition, as I show in the appendix. The Vedanta already contended that matter has no essence independent of mental perception, existence, and perceptibility, convertible terms, which expresses the compatibility of empirical reality with transcendental ideality. In this first book, we consider the world from this side alone, namely insofar as it is representation. The inner reluctance with which anyone accepts that the world is merely their representation shows that this aspect is one-sided, the result of an arbitrary abstraction. We will make up for its one-sidedness in the next book by another truth, serious and alarming if not terrifying: the world is my will. Until then, we must steadfastly consider all existing objects, even our bodies themselves, simply as representations, abstracting from the will, the sole constituent of the other side of the world. For the world is on the one side completely representation, just as it is, on the other side, completely will. A reality that would be neither of these, but rather an object in itself. And unfortunately, this is what Kant's thing in itself has surreptitiously degenerated into, is a fantastic absurdity and a philosophical will-o'-the-wisp. The subject is the seat of all cognition, but is itself not cognized by anything. It is the support for the world, and always presupposed as the general condition of all appearances. Whatever exists, exists only for the subject. We all find ourselves as this subject, although only insofar as we have cognition of things, not insofar as we are objects of cognition. The body is already an object, and from this point of view we call it too a representation, an object among objects, though an immediate object. The subject, having cognition but never cognized, is not situated within space and time, which always already presuppose it. There are two essential necessary and inseparable halves to the world as representation. The object, whose form is space and time, and thus multiplicity, and the subject, which does not lie in either space or time, because it is present complete and undivided in each representing being. A single such being, with its object, completes the world as representation just as much as the millions in existence do. If this single representing being were to disappear, the world as representation would no longer exist. These two halves are inseparable even in thought. Each has meaning and exists only through and for the other. Their common border is shown by the fact that the most essential forms of all objects, space, time, and causality, can be discovered a priori starting out from the subject. I go further and claim that the principle of sufficient reason is the common term for all these forms. Everything we know purely a priori is nothing other than the content of this principle and what can be deduced from it. Every possible object stands in a necessary relation to other objects as determined and as determining. The entire being of objects as representations can be exhaustively traced back to this necessary relation, so that their being consists in nothing but this relation and is therefore completely relative. World as representation. Subject/object as universal form of experience. Empirical reality compatible with transcendental ideality. Subject never object. Support of the world. Body already representation. Immediate object. Principle of sufficient reason. Common expression of a priori forms. Being of objects as pure relativity of grounds. Quote, "The world is my representation. This holds true for every living, cognitive being, although only a human being can bring it to abstract, reflective consciousness. And if he actually does so, he has become philosophically sound. The surrounding world exists only as representation, that is, exclusively in relation to something else, the representing being that he himself is." Quote, "Until then, however, we must steadfastly consider the world from the side where we have started. For the world is on the one side completely representation, just as it is on the other side completely will. However, a reality that would be neither of these, but rather an object in itself, is a fantastic absurdity, and to assume such a thing is a philosophical will-o'-the-wisp. Intuition, matter, and the understanding. The most important division among all our representations is between the intuitive and the abstract. Abstract representations form only one group, concepts, and of all creatures on earth, only human beings possess them. Intuitive representation, by contrast, encompasses the whole visible world and the course of experience. Time is the form of the inner sense. Space is the form of the outer. Matter is causality through and through, the visibility of causality, the union of space and time in the understanding's perception of change. Time is nothing but the form of our inner sense, succession through, and nothing else. Space is position through, and nothing else. Matter, as I never tire of repeating, is causality through and through, the union of space and time in the perception of change, the visibility of causality. Empirical intuition is not a mere affection of the senses left to themselves. The understanding, applying the law of causality a priori, transforms sensation into perception of an object in space. Color, sound, hardness, Locke's secondary qualities, and even Locke's primary qualities once Kant has done his work, belong to the way things appear for a subject. What I add is that the principle of sufficient reason in all its forms is the entire content of our a priori cognition of objects. The fourfold root distinguished the ground of becoming causality for real objects, the ground of knowing for concepts and judgments, the ground of being for mathematical determinations in space and time, and the ground of acting, motivation for the will. In this first book, we need especially the first three as the scaffolding of experience and science. Motivation returns when the body is known as will. What persists through all change of states is substance. What changes according to the law of causality is the state. I have shown in the fourfold root how every class of object has its form of the principle of sufficient reason. Here, I assume, that familiarity. Empirically, we never perceive matter as such, but always as formed, acting, and acted upon. Yet the concept of matter is the abstract of what is common to all intuition under the forms of space, time, and causality. The dispute over the reality of the outer world is a dispute between dogmatic realism and skeptical idealism that both start wrongly, from object or from subject, as if one could be deduced from the other by the principle of sufficient reason. We did not start with either the subject or the object, but from the representation, which already includes and presupposes both. This procedure renders our approach utterly distinct from every philosophy that has ever been attempted. Those have all started out either from the subject or from the object, and have sought to explain the one in terms of the other by the principle of sufficient reason. We remove the subject/object relation from the control of this principle, leaving it to the object alone. The identity philosophy is no exception. Its absolute known through rational intuition unites both errors. Fichte is spinning the object from the I, and Nader philosophy constructing the subject from the object, while I, completely lacking in all rational intuition, hear only the dronings of atrocious windbags. Materialism is the objective approach at its most consistent. It posits matter, time, and space as existing in themselves, and uses causality as a thread, ignoring that causality exists only in and for the understanding. If materialism succeeded in ascending from mechanism to chemistry to life to cognition, then at the summit we would feel the unquenchable laughter of the Olympians. Cognition, the final achievement, had already been presupposed from the beginning. The materialist is like Baron von Munchausen lifting himself by his own pigtail. Everything objective is already conditioned by the cognitive subject and its forms. Materialism tries to explain what is given directly by means of what is given only indirectly. We must guard against the gross misunderstanding of supposing that because intuition is mediated by cognition of causality, there must therefore be a cause/effect relation between subject and object, whereas in fact such a relation only ever exists between the immediate and the mediate object, between objects. This is the false supposition at the heart of that foolish dispute over the reality of the external world in which dogmatism, appearing first as realism and then as idealism, and skepticism confront each other. Realism posits the object as cause and locates the effect in the subject. Fichtean idealism makes the object into an effect of the subject. But what cannot be emphasized enough is that in terms of the principle of sufficient reason, there is no relation at all between subject and object. As a result, neither claim was susceptible of any proof, and skepticism launched successful attacks on both. The law of causality is already prior to intuition and experience as their condition, and thus cannot be gleaned from experience as Hume thought. Similarly, subject and object are already prior to all cognition. The object, as such, always presupposes the subject as its necessary correlate. So the subject always remains outside the jurisdiction of the principle of sufficient reason. Representation and object are the same thing. For objects of intuition, their being simply is their acting. Acting is precisely what constitutes the actuality of a thing. To insist that objects exist outside the representation of a subject, and that actual objects have a being distinct from their acting, these demands are completely meaningless and contradictory. All we know about an object of intuition as object is the way it acts. There is nothing left to know apart from its representation. To this extent, the world intuited in space and time, which manifests itself as pure causality, is completely real. The world is exactly as it presents itself, and it presents itself completely and without reserve as representation, held together by the law of causality. This is its empirical reality. But on the other hand, causality exists only in the understanding and for the understanding. Thus, the understanding is always the condition for the actual, i.e., active, world as such. Without the understanding, this world is nothing. The entire world of objects is and remains representation, thoroughly conditioned by the subject. The world has transcendental ideality. But this is also why the world is not a lie or an illusion. It presents itself as what it is, as representation, as a series of representations bound together by the principle of sufficient reason. To those with common sense, this is how the world is. Only a mind distorted by sophistry would think to argue about its reality. And when that does happen, it is always the result of an invalid application of the principle of sufficient reason. Theoretical egoism, solipsism, that leaves only one's own individual as real, can never be refuted by proofs, but in philosophy it is taken only as a skeptical sophism, a fortress that is impregnable, but whose garrison can never leave, so that one can safely pass it by and leave it under blockade. Our own body is given in two entirely different ways, as representation among representations, object among objects, subject to the laws of objects, and at the same time in a completely different way, as that which is immediately known to everyone and is designated by the word will. But that belongs to the second book. For now, as representation, the body is the starting point of the subject's cognition of the world, the immediate object through whose affections the understanding constructs the mediate objects. The understanding is not reason. It is the faculty of causal intuition, shared with animals in degrees. Optical illusions persist despite abstract recognition that the moon is not larger near the horizon. The understanding is clearly and completely distinct from reason, and even in human beings, considered in itself, is unreasonable. Reason can only ever know. Intuition remains for the understanding alone and is free from the influence of reason. Matter as causality, substance as persistence, change as causal succession in the understanding. Against materialism and identity philosophy, circular begging of the question, windbag absolute. Understanding is not equal to reason. Causal intuition versus abstract knowledge. Illusions that reasoning cannot dissolve. Quote, "This is how materialism's enormous begging of the question would unexpectedly be exposed. The final link would suddenly reveal itself as the support for the first, and the chain as circular. The materialist would be like the Baron von Munchausen who, when riding through water, lifted his horse up with his legs while picking himself up by pulling his own pigtail over his head. Reason, concepts, and language. Reason is the subjective correlative of concepts, representations that are abstract rather than intuitive, universal rather than individuated in space and time. Language is a highly perfected telegraph communicating arbitrary signs, but we do not instantaneously translate speech into imaginative pictures flying past at lightning speed. The meaning of speech is immediately understood, grasped exactly, without as a rule being mixed up with imaginative pictures. Reason speaks to reason while remaining in its own province. It sends and receives abstract concepts. Animals can never speak or understand, though they share our organs and our intuitive representations, because words designate this special class of representations whose subjective correlative is reason. Everything that distinguishes humans from animals is to be explained from this single source, concepts. Concepts stand in a necessary relation to intuitive representations. Without this relation, they would be nothing. Reflection is a copy of the original intuitive world in a completely heterogeneous material. Representations of representations. The whole essence of concepts consists in the relation the principle of sufficient reason expresses in them as relation to the ground of cognition. That ground can be another concept, but not forever. The series must terminate in a concept grounded in intuitive cognition. The world of reflection as a whole is based on the intuitive world as its cognitive ground. Concepts related to intuition only indirectly are abstracta in the fullest sense: relation, virtue, investigation. Those grounded directly in the intuitive world are often misnamed concreta: person, stone, horse. Still abstract, the ground floor the edifice of reflection, the former its upper stories. Universality is not that a concept is abstracted from many objects. Rather, because indeterminacy with respect to the individual is essential to the concept, different things can be thought through the same concept. Every concept has an extension or sphere. Recognizing the relation between spheres, is to judge. Euler's circles express this felicitously for logic. From concepts arise science, deliberation, and the whole of culture, but also error, since abstraction can wander far from intuition. Wit, madness, and genius will return in other books. Here it is enough that reason is a tool of the will for the individual, a light that can be used for any purpose. Logic is the science of the relations among concepts according to the principle of the ground of knowing. It does not invent truth, but only exhibits the formal laws of thinking. Truth itself is the relation of a judgment to its ground, material truth when that ground is ultimately intuitive. The four kinds of truth, logical, empirical, transcendental, metalogical, correspond to the forms of the principle of sufficient reason treated in the fourfold root. Concepts as representations of representations, series of cognitive grounds ending in intuition. Language, reason to reason without necessary phantasms. Animals lack concepts, hence speech. Spheres and judgment, extension of concepts, Euler's circles, logic as formal science of grounds of knowing. Quote, reason speaks to reason while remaining in its own province. It sends and receives abstract concepts, representations that cannot be intuited. It needs only a relatively small number of these, however, formed once and for all, to encompass, contain, and represent all the innumerable objects of the actual world. This alone explains why animals can never speak or understand, because words designate this very special class of representations, whose subjective correlative is reason. Science, feeling, and practical reason. Apart from the basic principles of pure logic, knowledge in general never originates with reason itself. Rather, it is gained as intuitive cognition, set down in the faculty of reason and thereby transformed into a completely different, abstract kind of cognition. All knowledge, cognition elevated to abstract consciousness, is related to true science as the fragment is to the whole. Everyone has achieved knowledge about some things through experience, but only those who set themselves the task of achieving complete and abstract cognition of some particular type of objects aspire to science. At the head of every science stands a concept that marks out a fraction of things in general, and the corresponding science promises complete abstract cognition of just that fraction: spatial relations, effects of inorganic bodies, constitution of plants or animals, alterations of the Earth's surface, structure of a language. Science makes use of the property of conceptual spheres to encompass each other. It proceeds to the wider spheres within the concept of its object, determining their relations, and then specifies with increasing precision through narrower and narrower spheres. By this means a science becomes a system rather than a heap of particulars no memory could hold. Parenthetical discussions of feeling and laughter belong here, because both mark the boundary where abstract cognition fails or suddenly coincides with intuition. Feeling names, in common speech, every cognition that is not abstract, a term as wide as it is vague, under which Leibniz and Wolff, led astray by Duns Scotus, could even explain intuitive cognition as merely a confused kind of abstract cognition. Spinoza's good sense did the reverse. All general concepts come from a confusion of something we cognize intuitively. Pedants and literalists who live more in word than deed prefer logical to empirical cognition and thereby invert the natural order. The natural human being always puts much more emphasis on what is cognized immediately in intuition than on abstract concepts. Kant, in his Ethics, declared pure good will that speaks directly from cognition of circumstances to be a mere feeling, a worthless paroxysm, and attributed moral worth only to action from abstract maxims, a perversion I contest in the appendix and in the fundamental problems of ethics. Reason, in so far as it guides human action, may be termed practical, but not in Kant's sense of a pure practical reason as immediate source of virtue and seat of an absolute ought fallen from heaven. The actual influence of reason, in the true sense, on action is this. Concepts put us in much the same relation to animals as animals with vision have to those without eyes. Lack of reason confines animals to intuitive representations immediately present in time. Thanks to abstract cognition, we grasp not only what is narrowly present, but the whole of the past and the future and the whole wide realm of possibility. Reason is for inner cognition in time, what the eye is for sensory intuition in space. Yet the whole value of abstract cognition always lies in its relation to intuitive cognition. The panoramic view of life as a whole can be compared to a colorless, abstract, geometrical miniature of life's course. Armed with this sketch, we have the same relation to the animals that a ship's pilot, who, thanks to nautical chart, compass, and quadrant, always knows his heading and position, has to the unskilled crew who see only waves and sky. We human beings always lead a second, abstract life alongside our concrete life. In the first, we are subject to all the storms of reality and are prey to the influence of the present. We must strive, suffer, and die, just as animals do. But our abstract life, as it appears before us in rational contemplation, is the calm reflection of the first life, that miniature sketch. In this realm of peaceful deliberation, we survey, plan, and console ourselves. Yet this second life remains only a copy, and when the will is strong, the abstract sketch is torn up by the storm of the first. Stoic ethics tries to make the second life master of the first, composure as eudaimonism, and thereby produces a sage who remains stiff and wooden, a mannequin without inner poetic truth, whose perfect bliss contradicts the essence of humanity. The Indian penitents and the Christian Savior show another path, not wooden peace, but holiness in suffering. That path belongs to the fourth book. Here we have only prepared it by showing what reason can and cannot do. Science, system of nested conceptual spheres under one head concept, not an inventory of particulars. Feeling, catch-all for non-abstract cognition, inverted when intuition is degraded as confused abstraction. Two lives, concrete storm and abstract miniature. Reason as pilot's chart, value only relative to intuition. Against Kantian practical reason, no absolute aught from pure reason. Genuine ethics awaits Book 4. Quote, we human beings always lead a second, abstract life alongside our concrete life. In the first, we are subject to all the storms of reality and are prey to the influence of the present. We must strive, suffer, and die, just as animals do. But our abstract life, as it appears before us in rational contemplation, is the calm reflection of the first life and the world it is lived in. It is that miniature sketch just mentioned. Mathematics and the close of Book I. Evidentness in mathematics, the symbol and ideal of all evidentness, does not rest essentially on proof, but on immediate a priori intuition. Logical proof is like a cowardly soldier who inflicts another wound on the corpse of an enemy already killed by someone else, then boasts of finishing him off. Geometry's certainty comes from intuition of necessity according to the principle of the ground of being. Arithmetic from counting in pure intuition of time. The advantage of a priori sciences is that one can proceed from ground to consequent, the only cognition that possesses necessity, whereas empirical intuition and most of experience proceed from consequent to ground and are never unconditionally certain. Induction, sensory deception, hypotheses and natural science that gradually give way to better ones. Even the inference that all human beings have their hearts on the left has rare exceptions. Experiential sciences prove the particular from the universal, but the universal has itself been verified only by particulars, a warehouse of accumulated provisions, not a self-producing soil. Spinoza always prided himself on proceeding more geometrico, and in fact used this method more than he knew. He had an intuitive and immediate grasp of the essence of the world, and then tried to demonstrate it logically from arbitrarily chosen broad concepts. What is true in his teaching is independent of its proofs, just as in geometry. Error arises when the understanding or reason connects representations without adequate ground. Plato's dovecot, catching the wrong doves, already figured this. The first book thus establishes the world as representation under the principle of sufficient reason. Object for a subject, space, time, causality as a priori forms, understanding as causal intuition, reason as the faculty of concepts, science as cognition from grounds. What this side cannot answer, what the world is besides representation, drives us to the second book. The understanding's construction of the objective world from sensation can be illustrated by the familiar optical illusions that no amount of abstract knowledge dissolves. The moon appears larger on the horizon. Mountains look closer in clear air. A stick in water looks bent. Reasoning can prevent error in judgment. We know abstractly that haze, not distance, dulls the stars, but intuition stubbornly persists. This is decisive for the distinction of faculties. The understanding is the faculty of intuition through causality. Reason is the faculty of abstract concepts. Animals have understanding in high degrees. The fox, the elephant, the beaver, and yet no reason. Genius, as I will show in the third book, is an excess of the power of intuitive cognition that serves knowledge of the ideas rather than the service of the will. Madness is the opposite rupture of memory's thread of experience. Wit and laughter arise when two or more inconsistent real objects are thought through a single concept, or when a concept is suddenly shown inadequate to intuition. The incongruity of the abstract and the intuitive flashing into view. These phenomena confirm that reason is a secondary light, powerful for deliberation and science, but never the root of our acquaintance with the world. I must also insist on the relativity of the entire world of representation. Because every object stands only in relations of ground and consequent to other objects, and because these relations exhaust its being as object, there is no absolute object and no absolute subject within representation. The subject is never an object. The object is never without a subject. And within the object side, everything is through and through relational. This is why the search for an absolute substance behind appearances, if that substance is still conceived as an object, is vain. Kant's thing in itself was meant to name what is not appearance, but when it is treated as a cause of appearances, an object affecting the subject, it falls back under the principle of sufficient reason and becomes the absurdity I named a will-o'-the-wisp. The true other side of the world is not another object, but will, as the second book will prove from the only place where subject and object coincide without mediation, our own body, known as representation and as will at once. Recall, finally, the four classes of objects from the fourfold root, for they organize the whole of representation. 1. Complete representations of intuitive experience, real objects in space and time under causality. 2. Abstract representations, concepts. 3. Pure intuitions of space and time, the formal half of mathematics. 4. The immediate object of the inner sense, the subject of willing as known in self-consciousness, which here we treat only as the will's appearance in time under. Motivation, reserving its metaphysical meaning. Philosophies can be classified by which class they illicitly absolutize. Materialists the first, Eleatics and Spinozists the second, Pythagoreans the third, and theological voluntarists the fourth as a transcendent creator. We absolutize none of them. We begin from representation as such, keep every class under its form of the principle of sufficient reason, and prepare the leap, which is not a leap of inference but a change of standpoint, to will as the inner side of what representation only mirrors. History, as a science of the particular, never reaches the universality of genuine science. It remains a rationalized chronicle. Natural science approaches universality through induction, but never escapes the fallibility of inference from consequent to ground. Pure mathematics and pure logic alone enjoy the privilege of proceeding from ground to consequent within a priori forms. Philosophy, if it is to be more than a science among sciences, cannot remain within representation alone. It must ask what the world is besides representation. That question is forbidden to a philosophy that starts from the object or from the subject as absolute. It is opened by starting from representation as the common form of both, and then seeking the meaning of the riddle in will. The first book has therefore done its negative and preparatory work. It has secured idealism without Fichtean egoism, realism without materialism, and the dignity of intuition against the pedantry that would make all cognition a confused abstraction. The door to the second book stands open. One further clarification belongs to the close of this book. When I say that the being of objects consists only in their relations under the principle of sufficient reason, I do not mean that the world of experience is a dream in the vulgar sense, a private hallucination without law. Empirical reality is precisely the thoroughgoing lawfulness of representations for a subject, causality, permanence of substance, determination in space and time. Dream and waking differ not by the absence of the principle of sufficient reason in the one and its presence in the other, but by the continuity and interconnection of the waking world's causal chains with the rest of experience. The Indian doctrine of Maya already knew that the veil of appearance can be said both to be and not to be. I keep that insight without abandoning the sciences. Philosophy that would dissolve the world into mere nothingness before the will has been negated is premature. Philosophy that would harden the world into a thing in itself behind the veil is illegitimate. Between these errors stands the first book's discipline. Representation entire will deferred, science secured, idealism purified. Between Berkeley's service and Kant's rebirth, I place my own correction. Berkeley secured the proposition that the world is representation, but left the thing in itself untouched and the empirical sciences without a transcendental ground. Kant supplied the a priori forms and the distinction of appearance from thing in itself, yet allowed the thing in itself to slip back into the role of a cause, and he never drew with enough sharpness the line between intuitive and abstract cognition, a failure that, as the appendix will show, mired him in contradictions. I keep Berkeley's proposition as the opening of philosophy, keep Kant's forms as the content of the principle of sufficient reason, and refuse every attempt to cognize a transcendent object behind the veil. The veil is representation. What it veils is will. The unveiling is not a speculative proof, but the double knowledge of the body. Until the second book performs that unveiling, the first book's motto remains, "Wake up, leave childish things behind. Leave the childish realism that takes the sun and the earth for things given apart from the eye and the hand." The reader who has absorbed the prefaces already knows that he must bring the fourfold root with him. Without it, the present book will seem a patchwork of idealism, psychology of the faculties, and philosophy of science. With it, the patchwork reveals itself as the systematic unfolding of one form, the principle of sufficient reason, through the classes of representation that constitute experience and science. Gaps I left deliberately, vision and colors, the fuller table of the principle, are not negligence but refusals to copy myself. Fill them from those essays, and the first book becomes continuous. Leave them empty, and you will accuse me of incompleteness that is in fact only the economy of a single thought spoken once where it was spoken best. I have also postponed aesthetics and ethics intentionally. Art will show representation liberated from the principle of sufficient reason in the contemplation of the Platonic idea. Ethics will show the will, having achieved self-knowledge, affirming or negating itself. Neither can be treated while we still consider representation only as the object of experience and science. The Stoic contrast already hints that abstract reason can prescribe composure without touching the will's root. The Christ and the Indian penitent hint that something other than reason's miniature sketch can silence willing. Those hints are promissory notes. The first book collects the debt of form. The later books spend it on meaning, beauty, and salvation, or on the clear confession that after the will's negation what remains for us who still will is nothing. Whoever has followed me this far already sees why Berkeley rendered an eternal service and why Kant, for all his greatness, left a wound by neglecting the proposition that the world is representation. Berkeley stopped too soon. Kant went further into the a priori forms, but then hypostatized a thing in itself that still behaved like an object. My path is to keep the world as representation rigorously as representation, empirical reality, transcendental ideality, and to find the thing in itself not by illegitimate inference from the effect to a transcendent cause, but by turning to self-consciousness of the body as will. Until that turn, every philosophy remains on the surface of the mirror. The mirror is not nothing. It is the whole of experience and science. But a mirror that is only a mirror leaves us asking what it mirrors. That asking is the seriousness of the next book. Before leaving, I note the contrast between Stoic ethics, a special form of eudaimonism whose sage remains a stiff wooden mannequin, and the Indian penitence or the Christian savior, full of the depths of life and the utmost suffering. The true ground for rejecting suicide and the genuine ethical path will emerge only in the fourth book. A priori versus empirical evidentness, ground consequent, necessary, versus consequent ground, induction, always fallible in principle. Mathematics, intuition first, proof secondary boast. Transition, representation complete as form, content and meaning await the will. Ethics reserved for Book 4. Quote, after all this, I hope there is no longer any doubt that evidentness in mathematics, which has become the symbol and ideal of all evidentness, does not rest essentially on proof, but on immediate intuition. In this case, therefore, as in all others, intuition is the ultimate ground and source of all truth. Logical proof is like a cowardly soldier who inflicts another wound on the corpse of an enemy already killed by someone else, but then boasts of finishing him off. Quote, how completely different they seem, next to the Stoic sage, those who the wisdom of India sets before us and has actually brought forth, those voluntary penitents who overcome the world, or even the Christian Savior, that splendid figure, full of the depths of life, of the greatest poetical truth and highest significance, but who, with perfect virtue, holiness, and sublimity, nevertheless stands before us in a state of the utmost suffering. Second book, The World as Will. From representation to will. In the first book, we considered representation only as such, only with respect to its general form. When it comes to abstract representations, we are familiar with their content through their connection to intuitive representation. Without that connection, they are worthless and empty. We must therefore focus on intuitive representation to discover its true meaning, the meaning we have only ever felt before, which ensures that the images do not pass by us strange and meaningless, but speak and engage our entire being. We turn to mathematics, natural science, and philosophy, hoping each might shed light. Philosophy is a many-headed monster with each head speaking a different language. Most speak of an object that grounds representation, whose essence is totally different from representation and yet as similar to it as one egg to another, which is not helpful, since any object presupposes a subject and remains representation. Mathematics tells us only how many and how large, relative quantity. Natural science divides into morphology, description of fixed forms, botany, zoology, natural history, and etiology, explanation of alterations, mechanics, physics, chemistry, physiology. Morphology presents an infinite variety of forms related by family resemblance. Hieroglyphs we do not comprehend if we approach them only this way. Etiology tells us that one determinate state of matter leads to another according to cause and effect, and with this it has explained the second state, but it has done nothing more than establish the law-like order of emergence in space and time. The inner essence of these appearances is called a natural force and lies outside etiological explanation. What etiology calls a natural law is only the unchanging constancy with which such a force expresses itself when its known conditions are present. That force remains an eternal mystery, as foreign in the simplest phenomenon as in the most complicated. Etiology succeeds most completely in mechanics and least in physiology. Yet as far as inner essence is concerned, a falling stone is no more intelligible than a thinking human. The riddle of the world is not solved by registering facts under laws. What I am searching for, the meaning of the world that confronts me as mere representation, and the transition from this world as representation of the cognizing subject to whatever it may be besides, could never be discovered if the inquirer were himself nothing more than a pure subject of cognition, a winged cherub's head without a body. but he is rooted in this world and finds himself in it as an individual. His cognition, which upholds the entire world as representation, is nonetheless completely mediated through a body whose affections are the starting point for the understanding as it intuits this world. To the pure subject of cognition as such, this body is a representation like any other, an object among objects. The movements of his body would be as foreign and incomprehensible as the alterations of other objects if their meaning were not unriddled in an entirely different way. But none of this is the case. Rather, the subject of cognition, appearing as an individual, is given the solution to the riddle, and this solution is will. This, and this alone, gives him the key to his own appearance, reveals the meaning and inner workings of his essence, his deeds, his movements. The body is given in two entirely different ways to the subject of cognition, who emerges as an individual only through his identity with it. First, as a representation and intuition by the understanding, as an object among objects and liable to the same laws, and at the same time, in an entirely different way, as something immediately familiar to everyone, designated by the word will. Every true act of his will is immediately and inevitably a movement of his body as well. He cannot truly will an act without simultaneously perceiving it as a motion of the body. An act of the will and an act of the body are not two different states linked in a causal chain. They are one and the same thing, only given in two entirely different ways, immediately, and to the understanding and intuition. An action of the body is nothing but an objectified act of will, i.e., an act of will that has entered intuition. Indeed, the entire body is nothing but objectified will that has become representation. That is why I now call the body the objecthood of the will, although in the previous book I called it the immediate object from the intentionally one-sided standpoint of representation. Thus we can also say, the will is a priori cognition of the body, and the body is a posteriori cognition of the will. Resolutions concerning the future are only rational deliberations over what will be willed later. A decision is stamped only in the execution. Willing and doing are different only for reflection. In actuality, they are one. Any effect on the body is instantly an effect on the will. Pain when contrary to the will, comfort or pleasure when in accordance with it. It is quite wrong to call pain and pleasure representations. They are immediate affections of the will in its appearance, the body. Only the affections of the purely objective senses, sight, hearing, touch, when not stimulating the will, deliver data that become intuition without disturbing willing. Morphology/etiology, forms classified, causes ordered, neither yields the inner essence, natural force as occult quality. Body as double knowledge, representation among objects and immediate will, one act, two ways of givenness. Objecthood of the will, the body as will become representation, willing and doing one in actuality. Quote, but none of this is the case. Rather, the subject of cognition, appearing as an individual, is given the solution to the riddle, and this solution is will. This, and this alone, gives him the key to his own appearance, reveals to him the meaning, and shows him the inner workings of his essence, his deeds, his movements. Quote, an act of the will and an act of the body are not two different states cognized objectively. Linked together in a causal chain, they do not stand in a relation of cause and effect. They are one and the same thing, only given in two entirely different ways. In one case immediately, and in the other case to the understanding and intuition. Will as thing in itself and its objectivation. Once we have this double knowledge of our own body, we are entitled and compelled to transfer it to every other appearance that is given to us only as representation. Other bodies occupy and act in space. The law of causality guarantees causes for their effects, but keeps us in the realm of representation. Whether other objects are like our own body, appearances of a will, that is what is really at stake in the question of the reality of the external world. To deny it is theoretical egoism, which considers all appearances outside the individual to be phantoms, Practical egoism does the same in practice. Theoretical egoism can never be refuted by proofs, but as a serious conviction, it could be found only in a madhouse. As a skeptical sophism is a fortress whose garrison never sallies forth. We therefore recognize will not only in our actions, but by analogy justified by the identity of appearance, in every force of nature, in the tendency of the stone to fall, the magnet to point, the plant to grow, the crystal to form. Will is the innermost essence, the kernel of every particular thing and also of the whole. It appears in every blindly acting force of nature and also in the deliberate conduct of human beings. The great difference between the two concerns only the degree of the appearing, not the essence of what appears. The will as thing in itself lies outside time and space, and thus knows no multiplicity. It is one, not as an individual or a concept as one, but as something to which the principium individuationis is foreign. Multiplicity of things in space and time fails to affect the will itself. It remains indivisible. It is not as if there is a smaller part of the will in a stone and a larger part in a person. Part and whole belong exclusively to space. More and less are relevant only for appearance, for degrees of objectivation. Higher in plants than rocks, higher in animals than plants, as infinite as the gradations between the weakest twilight and the brightest sunshine. The will reveals itself just as fully in a single oak as in millions. Their multiplication has no meaning for the will, only for individuals dispersed in time and space. If impossibly a single being were totally annihilated, the whole world would go down with it. Angelus Silesius felt this. I know God cannot live a moment without me. True wisdom is not measuring the boundless world, but completely investigating some given individual and understanding its distinctive essence. These degrees of objectivation I recognize as Plato's ideas, the original, unchanging forms and qualities of all natural bodies, inorganic and organic, and the universal forces that manifest themselves according to natural laws. The ideas present themselves in countless individuals as model to imitations. Etiology must look for causes and reduce appearances to original forces of nature, ascertaining whether difference is difference of forces or only of circumstances. Judgment is rare. Inertia appeals to original forces too readily, the scholastics' entities and quiddities. We cannot appeal to the objectivation of the will in lieu of a physical explanation any more than to the creative power of God. Physics requires causes, and the will is never a cause. Its relation to appearance can never be put in terms of the principle of sufficient reason. Something that is in itself will exist as representation, as appearance, and as such observes the laws that constitute the form of appearance. Every motion is an appearance of the will and must nonetheless have a cause situating it in time and place. Mechanical for a stone, motive for human movement. The universal force of nature is a qualitas occulta for physics, where etiological explanation ends and metaphysical explanation begins. Never interrupt the chain of causes by appealing to an original force as first link. The nearest link already presupposes the force as much as the most distant. Etiology and the philosophy of nature go hand in hand, observing the same object from different points of view. When etiology tries to reduce all forces to one, impenetrability, heat, and electricity as Lamarck dreamed, and to explain the organism as a freak aggregate of physical forces, it abandons its foundations and gives error instead of truth. The organism is not a chance meeting of forces. Philosophically, it is a higher grade of the will's objecthood. Will 1. Appearances many. Outside principium individuationis. Grades of objectivation, not parts of will. Platonic ideas. Adequate objecthood at each grade. Individuals as idea under sufficient reason. Physics versus metaphysics. Will never a cause. Forces as occult qualities where etiology ends. Quote, the will is a priori cognition of the body, and the body is a posteriori cognition of the will. willing and doing are different only for reflection. In actuality, they are one. Quote, "If then this thing in itself is the will, then as such and considered apart from its appearance, it lies outside of time and space, and thus knows no multiplicity, and is consequently one. Rather, it is one in the manner of something to which the condition for the possibility of multiplicity, the principium individuationis, is foreign. Struggle, teleology, and the hungry will. We have considered the great quantity and diversity of appearances in which the will objectifies itself, and the endless and implacable struggle among these appearances. Nevertheless, the will itself, as thing in itself, has no share in that multiplicity or change. Diversity of ideas, number of individuals, struggle of forms over matter. None of these make any difference to the will. They are ways in which it is objectified, belonging to the expression of its essence for representation. Just as a magic lantern exhibits many different images while one and the same flame makes them all visible, so in all the diversity of appearances there is just the one will that appears. It remains unmoved in the midst of that change. It alone is the thing in itself, while all objects are appearance. Although in the human being, as idea, the will finds its clearest and most perfect objectivation, this idea cannot express its essence alone. The idea of a human being must be accompanied by the stepwise descent through all animal forms, through the plant kingdom, down to the inorganic. Only taken together do they complete the objectivation of the will, a pyramid with human beings at the top, or the full light accompanied by all gradations of half-shadow into darkness, or, as the third book's treatment of music will confirm, melody for human reflection with bass and harmony for the rest of nature. Humans need animals. Animals need one another and plants. Plants need soil, water, chemical elements, the planet, the sun, the ecliptic. This stems from the fact that the will needs to live off itself because there is nothing outside of it, and it is a hungry will. Thus pursuit, anxiety, and suffering. Knowledge of the unity of the will through the infinite variety of appearances sheds light on the family resemblance of all nature's productions, variations on the same ungiven theme. Deep knowledge of the harmony and necessary gradation of parts opens a true insight into the inner essence of the undeniable purposiveness of organic nature, a purposiveness that must even be presupposed a priori when we think about organisms. This purposiveness is twofold: internal, adaptation of parts within an organism to the whole and to each other, and external, adaptation of organisms to one another and to inorganic nature. Both are to be explained not by an intelligent designer outside the will, but by the unity of the will that objectifies itself at all grades and must maintain itself by feeding on its own appearances. Teleology is the expression for representation of that unity and hunger, not a proof of a world architect in the physico-theological sense I destroy in the wake of Kant. Character in the human being is the particular idea of that individual, the intelligible character as the will's unique stamp, the empirical character as its appearance in time under motives. Motives determine actions with the same necessity as causes determine the stone's fall. Yet the character itself is the will's free essence outside the forms of appearance. Freedom is not liberum arbitrium indifferentia in the empirical series. It is transcendental. The will as thing in itself is free, while its appearance is thoroughly determined. This prepares the fourth book's ethics. Affirmation of the will to life is the ordinary course. Negation requires knowledge that penetrates the principium individuationis. The extension of will from our body to nature is not a hasty analogy, but the only consistent completion of transcendental idealism. If other appearances were mere representations without inner essence, the law of causality would give us phantoms acting on phantoms. Yet we experience resistance, force, and life as something more than our private dream. That more cannot be another object behind the object. That way lies the will-o'-the-wisp of the thing in itself as cause. It must be the same will we know immediately in ourselves. appearing under the same forms of representation. Gravitation, magnetism, chemical affinity, irritability, sensibility, and rational motive are not heterogeneous miracles. They're grades of one essence. The word will is chosen not because nature deliberates, but because our will is the only case in which we know an inner essence immediately. To apply the word more broadly is to name the unknown by the known, not to anthropomorphize the stone. Blind will in nature and deliberating will in man differ as twilight and noon, not as two substances. Consider further the struggle that fills the world. Every grade of the will's objectivation contests matter, space, and time with every other. The plant crowds the plant. Animals devour plants and each other. Humans make the whole of nature their resource and one another their rivals. This war is not an accident superimposed on a peaceful creation. It is the appearance of the will's inner self-diremption. One will, torn into a multiplicity of individuals by the principium individuationis, feeding on itself. Polarity in nature, the separation of one force into opposed activities that strive to reunite, is a basic type for almost all appearances. Reproduction multiplies individuals and thereby multiplies conflict. Death clears room and returns matter to other forms. Optimism that would read this spectacle as the best of all possible worlds has not looked. Pessimism that stops a complaint has not yet found the metaphysical nerve, the hungry will, nor the possible quieting of that will and knowledge. Internal purposiveness, the fitness of organs to the organism, and external purposiveness, the fitness of species to each other and to the inorganic stage, follow from the same unity. The eye is for seeing because the will at the animal grade objectifies itself as a being that knows for the sake of willing. The prey exists for the predator because both are objectivations of one will that must live off itself. Final causes do not operate according to their actual essence, but according to their known essence, as the scholastics said. And for us that means purposiveness is for representation the expression of a will that is not itself represented as an architect standing outside the world. The physico-theological proof collapses once the designer is recognized as the will immanent in the designed. What remains is wonder at the unity of plan, unite to plan, without theological consolation. Genius in the third book will be cognition that temporarily escapes service to the individual will and perceives the ideas. Virtue in the fourth will be the will's turning against its own affirmation. Both presuppose the second book's identification of will as thing in itself. Without that identification, aesthetics floats as a theory of pretty representations, and ethics as a theory of happier or more dutiful appearances. With it, beauty is the Sabbath of the penal servitude of willing, and holiness is the will's self-abolition. I have therefore spent this book insisting that mechanics does not refute metaphysics, that force is not explained by being named a law, and that the body is the sole bridge from the world as representation to the world as will. Cross that bridge, and the remaining books are perspectives on the same shore. Refuse it, and you remain with Berkeley's proposition alone, true, necessary, and incomplete. I pause over the identity of will and body, because misunderstanding here ruins everything that follows. People hear the body is will and invent a vital force alongside mechanical causes. Or they hear will is the thing in itself and imagine a transcendent chooser behind the brain. Both miss the point. In appearance, every bodily motion has its cause or motive in the series. The will is not inserted as an extra link. In itself, the same motion is the will's act. The two statements do not compete. They answer different questions: how the appearance is connected among appearances, and what the appearance is besides representation. Physiology may push its explanations as far as irritability and nerve. It never replaces the immediate knowledge each of us has that this hand moves because I will. That immediacy is not an inference and not a concept. It is the one place where the subject encounters the in itself without the mediation that makes every other object a mere representation. From this center the grades radiate. At the lowest, will appears as the most universal forces of nature. Weight, rigidity, fluidity, elasticity, electricity, magnetism, chemical affinities, still without cognition, yet already striving. In the plant, will seeks light and soil without knowledge. Irritability and sensibility rise through the animal kingdom until motive replaces stimulus and knowledge becomes the medium of willing. In man, reason opens the abstract survey of life, which can serve the will more terribly than any animal instinct, or, rarely, become the path to the will's denial. The same essence, the clarity of its objectivation differs. Hence the absurdity of explaining the higher grade by the lower, as if mechanism were more intelligible than life. Mechanism is only the will at its dullest appearance, still an occult quality for anyone who asks what gravity is. Naming a law is not dissolving a mystery. It is registering the regular mask of the will. Thus, when I say the world is my will, the my does not privatize the cosmos into my empirical personality. The individual is already appearance, will broken by the principium individuationis. The will that is mine as thing in itself is the will that is the world's. Egoism is the natural standpoint of the individual appearance. Metaphysics dissolves that standpoint without yet dissolving the will. That further dissolution is the fourth book's theme. One last insistence before the third book. The Platonic ideas, as grades of the will's objectivation, are not concepts and not abstract universals of reason. A concept is a representation of a representation, formed by abstraction and useful for science. An idea is the immediate and adequate objecthood of the will at a certain grade, perceived only when cognition momentarily leaves the service of the individual will. The botanist species concept is not the idea of the plant. The idea is what art will later seize without the restless interest of willing. I introduce the ideas here only as metaphysical grades, the rungs of the pyramid, so that the struggle of individuals can be seen as the struggle of appearances of ideas over matter, not as a chaos without law. Time, space, and causality multiply individuals. They do not multiply the will or the ideas. This distinction, simple once stated, is the hinge on which aesthetics will turn. For if cognition can grasp the idea, it grasps what is essential and lasting in the stream of appearance, and the will service is briefly suspended. That suspension is not yet negation of the will. It is the holiday of the slave. Negation requires the ethical conversion of Book 4. But without the second book's will and the ideas as its grades, the holiday and the conversion have no metaphysical ground, only psychological description of taste and duty. I refuse to leave ethics and aesthetics floating. They are sides of the single thought whose other sides are representation and will. Here it is enough that the second book has named the riddle's answer and shown why science, remaining within representation, can never speak it. The second book's single thought restated, "The world is my will, not as my empirical choice, but as the inner being of all that appears, known immediately in my body and recognized by right analogy in every force and every living form. Representation is its mirror. The mirror is not the flame. The flame is hungry. The images struggle. The struggle is the will's appearance to itself under the principium individuationis. Against the charge that will is a mere word pasted over ignorance. I answer, every philosophy ends in something that cannot be further derived. Materialism ends in matter, theology in God. I end in will, with this advantage that will is not inferred as a transcendent object, but known in the only way a thing in itself can be known to a subject that is also individual, immediately in the body. The word may be replaced by force or energy in the lower grades if one fears anthropomorphism. The thing meant does not change. What must not be replaced is the insight that the inner essence is one and continuous from weight to motive, and that knowledge is secondary, arising only at certain grades to serve willing, until, exceptionally, it turns against its master. That exceptional turn is the hope, if hope is the word, that the fourth book holds out. The second book's gift is darker. To see clearly that the world's kernel is will, and that will is endless striving. Whoever has understood this already feels the seriousness announced in the first book's promise of a terrifying truth. The terror is not theatrical. It is the recognition that suffering is not an accident in a good world, but the grain of the will's objectivation, and that if there is redemption, it cannot be by adding more willing, only by knowledge that undermines willing's root. For now, the second book closes by posing the fundamental question that drives us onward. If the will is the inner essence of the world, and if its objectivation is endless striving without final satisfaction, a hungry will living off itself, then what is the meaning of that striving for the one who has recognized it? Art will offer temporary release in contemplation of the ideas. Ethics will ask whether the will can turn against itself. The flame in the magic lantern burns on. The images change. The hunger does not cease until knowledge becomes the quieter of willing. Hungry will, nothing outside it. Nature's struggle and teleology as self-maintenance of one will. Pyramid of objectivation. Inorganic plant, animal, human. Music's bass and melody as analogy. Character/freedom. Intelligible character free as will. Empirical actions necessary under motives. Transition, endless striving without final goal. Art and ethics as the further perspectives on the single thought. Quote, just as a magic lantern exhibits many different images while one and the same flame makes them all visible, so too, in all the diversity of appearances that fill the world alongside each other, or as events, follow each other and push each other out of the way, there is just the one will that appears. Everything is its manifestation, its objecthood, and it remains unmoved in the midst of that change. It alone is the thing in itself. While all objects are appearance, phenomenon, as Kant puts it, quote, this basically stems from the fact that the will needs to live off itself because there is nothing outside of it and is a hungry will. Thus, pursuit, anxiety, and suffering. Third book, Representation and the Platonic Idea. Ideas, pure cognition, and aesthetic contemplation. In the first book, the world was presented as mere representation, object for a subject. In the second book, we found that it is also will, the only thing the world is apart from representation. We named the world as representation the objecthood of the will become object. That objectivation has determinate levels at which the essence of the will enters representation with gradually increasing clarity and perfection. We already recognize these levels as Plato's ideas, particular species, the original unchanging forms and qualities of all natural bodies, inorganic and organic, and the universal forces that manifest according to natural laws. The ideas present themselves in countless individuals as model to imitations. Multiplicity of individuals is possible only through time and space, arising and passing away only through causality, configurations of the principle of sufficient reason, the ultimate principle of all finitude and individuation and the universal form of representation for the individual as such. By contrast, the idea does not enter into that principle. Neither multiplicity nor change applies to it. While presenting itself in countless individuals that ceaselessly become and pass away, the idea itself remains the same. The principle of sufficient reason has no meaning for it. But since that principle is the form of the subject's cognition as individual, the ideas also lie entirely outside the cognitive sphere of the subject as such. If the ideas are to be objects of cognition, cognition will be possible only when individuality is suppressed in the cognitive subject. I must dwell further on the suppression of individuality, because without it the whole aesthetic doctrine collapses into a psychology of pretty feelings. The individual as such is the subject of willing. His body is objectified will. His cognition is a tool evolved for the maintenance of that will under the principium individuationis. So long as he cognizes only relations, this object as food, that as threat, this person as friend or rival, he never meets the idea. The idea is not behind the individual like a transcendent duplicate. It is what the individual would be if time, space, and causality did not shatter the will's grade into a multiplicity of copies. To see the idea is therefore to see the essential and lasting in the fleeting, and that seeing is possible only when the will's interest is suspended. The suspension is not achieved by arguing oneself into indifference. It arrives when an occasion, a landscape, a face, a chord, or an inward disposition suddenly tears cognition free. Then the cognizer is no longer this hungry individual, but the pure subject, one eye of the world looking at itself. That is why prison and palace are equal for the sunset. The will's circumstances drop away with the will's service. Plato's cave and Kant's forms thus receive a single commentary. The shadows on the wall are appearances under sufficient reason. The fire and the puppets are still within appearance's machinery. The ideas outside the cave are the grades of the will's objectivation. The thing in itself is the will that never enters the cave as an object. Kant denied time, space, and causality to the thing in itself by abstract decree. Plato denied becoming to the ideas by myth and dialectic. I identify the will as what both were seeking and the ideas as its adequate objecthood at each grade. The aesthetic subject is the one who, for a time, leaves the cave without dying, who sees the archetype in the copy and forgets that he is bound. What Kant called the thing in itself, introduced by an illegitimate inference from grounded to ground, is on our path the will. What Plato called the eternal ideas or unchanging forms, are the particular levels of the objectivation of that will. Kant's thing in itself and Plato's idea are not identical, but very closely related and distinct in only one respect. Two completely different paths leading to a single goal, the best commentaries on each other. Kant said essentially, time, space, and causality are not determinations of the thing in itself, but belong only to appearance as forms of our cognition. Multiplicity and arising and passing away thus belong only to appearances. The whole of experience is cognition of appearance, not of the thing in itself. Plato said, "The things of this world that our senses perceive have absolutely no true being. They always become and never are. They have only relative being through their relation to each other. They're objects of mere opinion arising from sensation. So long as we perceive only these, we are like men in a dark cave who see only shadow images on the wall. The only things deserving the name of truly being are the eternal ideas, the primordial forms of all things. Multiplicity does not apply to them, neither arising nor passing away. Genuine cognition is only of the ideas. Both doctrines explain the visible world as an appearance unreal in itself, with meaning only by virtue of what is expressed in it, the thing in itself for one, the idea for the other, utterly foreign to all forms of appearance, even the most universal. Cognition of the ideas requires that the cognizing subject cease to be an individual and become the pure, will-less subject of cognition, the clear eye of the world. Ordinary cognition is always in the service of the will. It grasps things only in their relations under the principle of sufficient reason, as motives, means, threats, tools. Aesthetic cognition abandons that service. Attention is no longer directed to the motives of willing, but grasps things freed from their relation to the will, without interest, without subjectivity, purely, objectively. Then suddenly the peace we always sought on the path of willing, but that always eluded us, comes of its own accord. It is the painless state Epicurus prized as the highest good and the state of the gods. For that moment we are freed from the terrible pressure of the will. We celebrate the Sabbath of the penal servitude of willing. The wheel of Ixion stands still. The particular intuited thing is at once raised to the idea of its type, and the cognizing individual is raised to the pure subject of will-less cognition. It is then all the same whether we see the setting of the sun from a prison or from palace. All willing springs from need, and thus from lack, and thus from suffering. Fulfillment brings this to an end, But for every wish fulfilled, at least 10 are left denied. Desire lasts a long time. Fulfillment is brief. Even final satisfaction is only illusory. The fulfilled wish quickly gives way to a new one. No achieved object of willing gives lasting satisfaction. It is only ever like the alms thrown to a beggar that spares his life today so that his agony can be prolonged until tomorrow. As long as consciousness is filled by the will, hunting or fleeing, fearing harm or chasing pleasure, concern for the constant demands of the will keeps it in motion. Without peace, there can be no true well-being. The subject of willing remains on the revolving wheel of Ixion, drawing water in the sieve of the Danaans, eternally yearning Tantalus. Aesthetic contemplation is the temporary exception, not yet negation of the will, but its Sabbath. Idea versus individual. Idea outside sufficient reason. Individuals as copies under time, space, causality. Kant/Plato. Thing in itself, will, and idea, grade of objectivation. Related paradoxes, mutual commentary. Will-less subject, pure cognition, Sabbath of willing. Wheel of Ixion stands still. Quote, but when some occasion from the outside or a disposition from within suddenly lifts us out of the endless stream of willing, tearing cognition from its slavery to the will, then suddenly the peace that we always sought on the first path of willing, but that always eluded us, comes of its own accord, and all is well with us. We celebrate the Sabbath of the penal servitude of willing. The wheel of Ixion stands still. Quote, while presenting itself in countless individuals that ceaselessly become and pass away, the idea itself remains the same, unchanged. The principle of sufficient reason has no meaning for it. If the ideas are supposed to be the object of cognition, then cognition will be possible only when individuality is suppressed in the cognitive subject. Genius, beauty, and the sublime. Genius consists in the capacity for cognition independent of the principle of sufficient reason, cognition of the ideas of things rather than of individual things that exist only in their relations, and thus in the capacity to be the correlate of the idea, the pure subject of cognition, and no longer an individual. This capacity must reside in all people to a different and lesser degree. Otherwise, they could neither enjoy nor produce works of art, and beauty and sublimity would be meaningless words. Everyone can momentarily put aside personality and cognize the ideas in particular things. The genius only has the advantage of sustaining this mode of cognition much longer and to a much higher degree, maintaining the clarity of mind needed to repeat what he has cognized in an intentional work, the work of art itself. In the artwork, he communicates the idea he has grasped. The nature of aesthetic pleasure is the same whether called forth by a work of art or directly through intuition of nature and life. The artwork merely facilitates that cognition. We encounter the idea more readily in the artwork than directly in nature because the artist has cognition of only the idea and not reality, and has replicated only the pure idea, separating it from distracting contingencies. The artist allows us to look into the world through his eyes. That he has these eyes, cognition of the essential aspect of things lying outside all relations, is the gift of genius, innate. That he can lend this gift to us is acquired, the technical aspect of art. There are two inseparable components of the aesthetic way of looking at things. Cognition of the object not as a particular thing, but as a Platonic idea, permanent form of the whole genus, and self-consciousness of the cognizer, not as an individual, but as pure, will-less subject of cognition. Both emerge together when the mode of cognition bound to the principle of sufficient reason, the only mode suitable for the service of the will and for science, is abandoned. Pleasure excited by the beautiful arises from both components, sometimes more from the one, sometimes more from the other, according to the object. With lower grades of the will's objecthood, architecture's mass, still life, landscape, pleasure lies more in the peace of pure cognition liberated from willing. With higher grades, animals, human form, tragedy, pleasure lies more in the apprehension of the idea itself. Consider more carefully the two sources of aesthetic pleasure. When we contemplate architecture or still water or a simple plant, the idea cognized is a low grade of the will. What chiefly delights is the release from willing itself, the happiness and peace of pure cognition. When we contemplate the human form and its beauty, or the tragic collision of characters, the idea is high and rich. Pleasure then leans more on the content of what is known. In both cases, the pure subject is present. Without it, there is no aesthetic state at all, only agreeable stimulation of the will, titillation, luxury, diversion, which people constantly confuse with beauty. The agreeable is what pleases the will. The beautiful is what pleases when the will is silent. This distinction alone sorts the whole marketplace of aesthetic commodities from genuine art. The sublime deserve a fuller mark. Confronted with a storm that could destroy us, or a mountain mass that mocks our scale, the will feels its own nullity. And yet we do not flee in panic. We linger and look. In that lingering, cognition has torn free despite the hostile relation of the object to our individual welfare. The double consciousness is essential. I am a fragile appearance of will, and I am the pure subject that surveys the idea of force, vastness, or danger. Without the first, there is no sublime, only beauty or indifference. Without the second, there is only fear. The mathematically sublime overwhelms our spatial measure. The dynamically sublime overwhelms our sense of power. Both are aesthetic only so long as personal safety is not actually at stake in the moment of looking the sublime from a cliff's edge with secure footing, not while falling. Art can present the sublime, shipwrecks, Alps, Jehovah speaking from the whirlwind in poetry, and thereby give the double consciousness without real peril. The beautiful is the easy, unforced transition into will-less contemplation when the object invites it without threatening the will. The sublime begins where the object has a hostile relation to the will, vastness, power, danger, and yet we voluntarily turn from the interests of the will and contemplate the idea, elevating ourselves above the threat. In the dynamically sublime, storm, waterfall, raging sea, the will feels its own fragility, and yet cognition remains. In a mathematically sublime, desert, night sky, mountains, the vastness overwhelms the individual's spatial measure. Sublimity is beauty purchased by a struggle against the will's interest, a momentary rising above our own willing. Both beautiful and sublime can come from nature or from art. The difference is only superficial. Dutch still lives show that even the lowest objects, seen purely objectively, yield the Sabbath of willing. History, by contrast, remains under the principle of sufficient reason, the pragmatic thread of motivation, and never rises to the idea. It is the endless chronicle of the will's appearance in individuals, not cognition of the essential. Genius borders on madness because both abandon the ordinary service of the will to relations. But genius returns with the idea fixed in a work, while madness loses the thread of experience. Ordinary talent serves the will more skillfully within relations. Genius steps out of them. The public that demands utility from art has not left the service of the will. It asks the Sabbath to be another market day. Genius, sustained will-less cognition of ideas plus technical power to communicate them in a work. Beautiful/sublime. Invitation versus hostile object overcome by voluntary contemplation. Art facilitates. Artist separates idea from contingency. We borrow his eyes. Quote, genius consists in the capacity for cognition independent of the principle of sufficient reason, and hence in the capacity for cognition of the ideas of things rather than cognition of individual things themselves that exist only in their relations. The genius only has the advantage of being capable of sustaining this mode of cognition much longer and to a much higher degree, allowing him to maintain the clarity of mind needed to repeat what he has thus cognized in an intentional work, this repetition being the work of art itself. The hierarchy of the arts. Art originates in the cognition of ideas and exists to communicate them. The fine arts form a hierarchy corresponding to the grades of the will's objectivation. Architecture, at the lowest, makes clear the objectivation of the will where it shows itself as the dull striving of mass, conforming to law but without cognition, yet still revealing self-dichotomy and struggle between gravity and rigidity. Fine architecture does not imitate organic ideas. It presents the conflict of the most universal forces in stone, so that we may contemplate them will-lessly. Hydraulic art and artistic horticulture extend this presentation. Painting and sculpture rise through still life and animal painting to the human form, the clearest objectivation of the will, where beauty is the most perfect expression of the idea of humanity in an individual, and character is the idea of that particular person. Historical painting and poetry present the idea of humanity in action. Tragedy stands at the highest level of this hierarchy, putting the will's self-schism before our eyes in fearful grandeur. The conflict of individuals who are appearances of one will, the spectacle of suffering that prepares the ethical insight of the fourth book. Poetry proceeds from concepts, immediately given in language, to the intuitive. Architecture I treat as fine art only when it aims at making the conflict of gravity and rigidity intuitive, not when it merely houses the will's needs. A warehouse may be useful. A temple or hall that lets mass speak its dull striving becomes a presentation of the lowest idea. Columns, entablatures, cupolas, each solves the struggle of weight and support in a visible equation we can contemplate without willing to lean on it. Landscape gardening composes nature's own materials so that ideas of plant and terrain become more legible than in wild contingency. Animal painting presents the character of a species, the idea of lion or horse, more purely than a menagerie visit clouded by fear or use. Portraiture, at its height, presents the idea of the individual character, the intelligible stamp of that person's will, not a flattering mask for social vanity. When painting becomes anecdote or allegory, it leaves art for hieroglyphics. Tragedy I place highest among the poetic arts because it alone shows the will's self-diremption without softening. The hero is not punished for a particular fault in the style of poetic justice. He suffers because he is an appearance of the will among other appearances of the same will. The spectator who understands this is already halfway to the resignation the fourth book will describe. He sees that the war of all against all is the will against itself, and the aesthetic shudder becomes an ethical seed. Greek tragedy, Shakespeare, and the highest modern dramas differ in costume. They agree in presenting the terrible truth that life, seen as idea, is suffering woven into the will's objectivation. Comedies and romances may refresh. They do not teach the idea of humanity at its most transparent, which the listener's imagination must present, the reverse of the visual arts, which proceed from the given intuitive to illegitimately, when allegorical, the abstract. Allegory in the visual arts is a mistaken endeavor. It descends from idea to concept, serving as hieroglyph or inscription. Whatever artistic value, such pictures have accrues to them as presentations of ideas, not as allegories. When sign and signified are linked only by convention, allegory degenerates in a symbol, rose for discretion, laurel for fame. Useful in life, foreign to art. Winckelmann located art's highest goal in presenting universal concepts and non-sensuous things. I located in the idea for will-less intuition. One can have the greatest susceptibility to artistic beauty without a philosophical account of its essence, just as one can be virtuous without fathoming ethics abstractly. Allegory in poetry, by contrast, is permissible and useful because poetry starts from the concept and aims at intuition. Tragedy is the summit of poetic art because it presents the terrible side of life, the wailing of humanity, the triumph of wickedness, the fall of the just, not as accident, but as the form of the will's appearance when illuminated by the highest cognition. The tragic hero's suffering can lead the spectator toward resignation. The will, seeing its own essence in the mirror of art, begins to turn. Raphael's Street Cecilia already symbols the transition from aesthetic comfort within life to the serious things of the fourth book. Art remains only an occasional source of comfort within life until cognition intensifies to the point where one grows tired of the game and seizes upon serious things. Affirmation or negation of the will to life. Architecture tragedy. Grades of will's objectivation mirrored in the arts. Allegory. Foreign to visual art, descent to concept. Useful in poetry, ascent to intuition. Tragedy. Will's self-schism. Bridge from aesthetic Sabbath to ethical conversion. Quote, now that we have considered all the fine arts, beginning with fine architecture, whose goal, as such, is to make the objectivation of the will clear at the lowest level of its visibility, where it shows itself as the dull striving of mass between gravity and rigidity, and concluding our investigation with tragedy at the highest level of the objectivation of the will, and which puts that very schism before our eyes in fearful grandeur and clarity. Music, copy of the will itself. One fine art remained excluded from the systematic context, because there was no suitable place for it. Music. It stands completely apart. What we recognize in it is not an imitation or repetition of some idea of the essence of the world. Nonetheless, it is such a great and magisterial art. It exercises so powerful an effect, is understood so deeply as a wholly universal language whose clarity exceeds even that of the intuitive world itself, that we must look to it for more than Leibniz's unconscious exercise in arithmetic in which the mind does not know that it is counting, correct for the outer shell, not for the heartfelt joy, with which we hear the deepest recesses of our being given voice. By analogy with the other arts, music must relate to the world as presentation to presented, as copy to original. Yet its mimetic relation is deeply hidden. People have always played music without being able to give an abstract account of it. The ideas are the adequate objectivation of the will. The goal of all the other arts is to arouse cognition of these ideas through the presentation of particular things, possible only given a corresponding alteration in the subject of cognition. They objectify the will only indirectly by means of the ideas. Music, passing over the ideas, is wholly independent of the appearing world. It could in a sense still exist even if there were no world at all, which cannot be said of the other arts. Music is an unmediated objectivation and copy of the entire will, just as the world itself is, just as the ideas themselves are. Unlike the other arts, music is in no way a copy of the ideas. It is a copy of the will itself, whose objecthood the ideas also are. This is why the effect of music is so much more powerful and urgent. The other arts speak only of shadows while music speaks of the essence. Because it is the same will that objectifies itself in the ideas and in music, there must be a parallelism, an analogy without direct similarity, between music and the ideas whose multiplied appearance makes up the visible world. In the lowest notes of harmony, in the ground bass, I recognize the lowest levels of the objectivation of the will, inorganic nature, the mass of the planet. Higher notes, brisk and dying away more quickly, arise from secondary vibrations of the deep tonic. The law of harmony allows a bass note to be accompanied only by those high notes that already sound with it. This is analogous to natural bodies arising stepwise from the planetary mass that is their support and source. The ripianos and middle voices correspond to the animal kingdom. The melody that progresses by connecting high, swiftly moving tones presents human lives and strivings connected by reflection, as I already hinted at the end of the second book. Melody is the intellectual side of music, the history of the will illuminated by cognition, the secret history of every individual will from desire through satisfaction to new desire. Endless, as the will is endless, until a cadence that is only temporary rest. Harmony without melody would be nature without humanity. Melody without bass would be spirit without world. Music never copies particular phenomena. It copies the will's inner movements themselves. Hence, a melody can fit countless scenes and passions without being about any one of them. It speaks the universal language of willing before it is broken into words and motives. This explanation assumes a relationship between music as representation and something that can never be a representation. Return to music with the whole system in view. If the other arts need the pure subject and the idea, music needs the pure subject and the will itself as its object, though it can never be an object. That paradox is why music's metaphysics cannot be proved like a theorem, and why it can only be confirmed by the hearer, who already holds the single thought. Melody's endless departure and return is the pattern of desire, tension, resolution, new tension. A minor key is not sad by convention alone. It is the will's pain sounding before concepts invent the word pain. A dance rhythm is the will's embodiment in time. A fugue is the will's self-multiplication and reunion. Opera that slaves music to the words of a plot misunderstands the order of rank. Words are the will already broken into motives and representations. Music is prior. The best song is music that tolerates words as a translation, not music that illustrates a libretto's errands. I reject every aesthetics that makes beauty a pleasure of the senses in the service of the will, or a conceptual judgment after Kant's fashion of a free play that never leaves representation's forms. Beauty is the objecthood of the will seen without willing. Genius is the power to sustain and communicate that seeing. The hierarchy of the arts is the hierarchy of grades. Music is the exception that proves the metaphysics by bypassing the ideas. Whoever has felt a symphony silence his personal cares without teaching him a single fact has already performed the experiment that confirms the third book. What remains is to ask whether that silence can become permanent, not as aesthetic holiday, but as denial of the will to life. That question is no longer aesthetics. It is the fourth book's seriousness, for which Raphael's Saint Cecilia was only a symbol at the threshold. I add still another turn of the screw on genius and ordinary talent, because the age confuses them. Talent hits a target others cannot hit. Genius hits a target others cannot see. Talent multiplies skill within the principium individuationis. Better motives, sharper means, denser science. Genius steps out of that principium and brings back the idea. Hence the loneliness of genius. He speaks of what the market of willing does not demand. Hence also the affinity of genius with childhood. The child, not yet fully harnessed to the will's errands, often stares with a purity adults recover only in art. And hence the danger. Prolonged disconnection from practical relations without the power to form a work is not genius, but incapacity. The work is the proof. Where there is only mood without communication of an idea, there is no art. On the Dutch masters I insist, because they refute the prejudice that beauty requires noble subject matter. A courtyard, a lemon, light on a wall, seen without appetite or possession, raise the cognizer to the pure subject as surely as a Madonna, and sometimes more surely, because vanity and edification do not interfere. The idea of light and of tangible matter is low in the hierarchy of grades, yet the Sabbath it grants is complete. Conversely, a battle piece full of patriotic willing may never leave the service of the will. Subject matter ranks by the grade of the idea. Aesthetic success ranks by the purity of will-less cognition. The two scales must not. Sculpture's advantage is the isolation of form and space without the distractions of color's accidents. Painting's advantage is the richer appearance of the idea in light and atmosphere. Both fail when they become anecdotal illustration. Poetry's material is the concept, but its aim is always to force the imagination to intuit. Meter and metaphor are not ornaments, but means of blocking the will's prosaic haste so that the idea can appear. Lyric presents the will's inner movement in a single subject. Epic presents the idea of humanity across deeds. Drama presents conflict. Tragedy remains the crown, because only there does the spectator see the will's essence as self-torment at the highest grade of visibility. Music, finally, teaches metaphysics to the ear. Before any theory, The hearer knows that a resolved cadence is not a fact learned, but a will quieted, that a sequence of dissonances is not an error, but a striving, that polyphony is many strivings in one will. My bass melody analogy is not a childish picture book, but the same pyramid of objectivation heard instead of seen. If someone finds the analogy forced, I ask only that he hold the single thought in mind while listening again. Not to program music that paints battles and bird calls, a degradation of music into imitation of ideas and phenomena, but to absolute music that has no object but the will's own pulse. Program music is music fallen into the error of the other arts. Absolute music is metaphysics without concepts. One more circuit through the third book's argument, for the reader who must hear the organic whole twice. We began from the second book's grades of objectivation and named them ideas. We asked how an idea, which does not enter the principle of sufficient reason, can be cognized by a subject whose individual exists only under that principle. The answer was, only by the subject ceasing to be individual, pure will-less cognition. We found in that state the Sabbath of willing, the stilling of Ixion's wheel, equal sunsets from prison and palace. We located genius as the sustained and communicable form of that state, beauty as its easy invitation, sublimity as its victory over a hostile object. We ordered the arts by the grade of the idea they present, from architecture's mass to tragedy's schism, and set music apart as copy of the will itself. We refused allegory in the visual arts, accepted it in poetry, and warned that aesthetic peace is not yet ethical negation. What this circuit adds is the ethical pressure already latent in aesthetics. Every genuine artwork is a silent argument against the will's seriousness. It shows that peace is possible without satisfaction of desire. That argument can be ignored. Most leave the concert and resume hunting. Or it can be heard as a clue. If silence of willing is bliss, then the will's affirmation is the source of woe. The fourth book will make that clue explicit with saints, ascetics, and the denial of the will to life. The third book must not steal that climax. It must only prepare it by proving that cognition can, for a time, exist without service to the will. Without that proof, ethics would seem to demand an impossible psychological state. With it, ethics demands a permanent version of what art gives as a holiday. I also guard against two misreadings. First, that the ideas are concepts. They are not. Concepts are tools of reason for the will and for science. Ideas are objects of pure intuition in aesthetic cognition. Second, that music expresses emotions in the empirical sense of this person's jealousy or that person's grief. Music expresses the will's inner form before it becomes this or that motive. Words then particularize what music left universal. That is why the same theme can carry opposite texts, and why program notes so often cheapen listening. Keep the ear metaphysical. Finally, history and science remain under sufficient reason and never replace art. They multiply relations. Art presents what is essential in a grade of the will. A complete chronicle of all individuals would still not yield a single idea. One adequate sculpture can. This is not contempt for science. The first book secured science's rights within representation, but a delimitation. The third book's rights begin where the will's service pauses and the pure subject looks. Between the third book and the fourth, the difference is this. Aesthetics silences the will for an hour. Ethics asks whether the will can silence itself for good. Contemplation is not resignation, though it prepares resignation by showing that peace is possible when willing stops. The saint will not need the gallery or the concert. While we still need them, we are still affirming life under a softer name. I do not despise the soft name. The Sabbath is real, but I will not lie that the Sabbath is the end of the week. To close the distance to a full statement of this book's weight, I gather the practical maxims that follow from its metaphysics of art, not as a handbook for academies, but as corollaries for anyone who has felt the Sabbath and wonders what it meant. First maxim, seek the idea, not the concept in every work. If you leave a gallery discussing only iconography, patronage, and allegory, you have read hieroglyphs and missed art. Ask what grade of the will's objectivation became visible, and whether your own willing went quiet. Second maxim, distrust art that flatters the will, flattery of nation, class, erotic possession, or moral vanity. Such works may be skillful. They're not beautiful in my sense, because they intensify service to the will instead of suspending it. Third maxim, honor technique as the genius's means of lending us his eyes, not as an end. Virtuosity without idea is empty fireworks. Idea without craft remains private and mute. Fourth maxim, let music be absolute when you ask it for truth. The more it paints external scenes, the more it sinks toward the other arts' indirectness. The more it remains tonal will, the more it speaks the essence. Fifth maxim, use aesthetic peace as a teacher, not as a permanent home. The holiday reveals that willing is not identical with consciousness. Ethics asks whether consciousness can refuse willing's yoke. He who mistakes the concert hall for nirvana has affirmed the will under a refined schedule. These maxims do not replace the arguments above. They test whether the arguments have been understood in life. The third book is not an ornamental digression between metaphysics and ethics. It is the proof that the subject can exist as pure cognition, the indispensable middle of the single thought. Without aesthetics, my ethics would seem to demand a leap into an unknown psychological void. With aesthetics, ethics demands only the prolongation and radicalization of a state we already know, the stilling of the will. Art stills it for an hour by presenting the idea, or, in music, the will's own copy. Virtue stills it by seeing through the principium individuationis until compassion and renunciation arise. Same silence, different permanence. Same single thought seen from the third, and then the fourth side. The third book's single thought, restated. Representation, freed from the principle of sufficient reason, is the Platonic idea for a pure will-less subject. Art is the communication of that cognition. Music is the immediate copy of the will. Metaphysics gave us will. Aesthetics gives us the Sabbath in the mirror. Ethics will ask whether the mirror can be put down. It regards music as the copy of an original that cannot itself be directly presented. At the conclusion of this third book, I cannot do more than present the explanation that satisfies me. Acceptance or rejection depends on the overall effect of music itself and of the single thought of this work. To be genuinely convinced, one must listen to music frequently, with sustained reflection, already familiar with the whole thought I am presenting. Art as a whole is the Sabbath within life. Music is the Sabbath that speaks the will's essence without the veil of ideas. But even music does not abolish the will. It mirrors it so intimately that we may mistake the mirror for redemption. Redemption belongs to the fourth book, where cognition no longer serves or contemplates the will, but turns against it. Here, at the end of the aesthetic perspective, we have seen representation freed from the principle of sufficient reason. The Platonic idea as object of art, the pure subject as its correlate, genius as the sustained power of that correlation, the hierarchy of the arts as the hierarchy of grades, and music as the immediate copy of the will. The single thought has shown its third side, aesthetics, as necessarily as it showed metaphysics, and as it will show ethics. Music is not equal to idea copy, unmediated objectivation of the will. Other arts speak of shadows, music of the essence. Bass/harmony/melody, inorganic animal human willing under reflection. Limit of art, Sabbath and mirror, not negation. Ethics begins where contemplation ends. Quote, music is an unmediated objectivation and copy of the entire will, just as the world itself is, just as in fact the ideas themselves are, whose multiplied appearance constitutes the world of particular things. Therefore, unlike the other arts, music is in no way a copy of the ideas. Instead, it is a copy of the will itself, whose objecthood the ideas are as well. This is precisely why the effect of music is so much more powerful and urgent than that of the other arts. The other arts speak only of shadows while music speaks of the essence. Quote, In the lowest notes of harmony in the ground bass, I recognize the lowest levels of the objectivation of the will, inorganic nature, the mass of the planet. The melody that progresses by connecting high, swiftly moving tones can in a certain sense be seen as presenting human lives and strivings, connected by reflection. I end this book's forensic body with a reminder that Plato's "what always is and has no becoming" was the epigraph for a reason. Becoming is the world under sufficient reason. Being for us is the idea as grade of will, and, beyond even the idea, the will as thing in itself. Art climbs from becoming to the idea. Music touches the will without the climb. Ethics will ask whether the will can unwill itself. The reader who has stayed with me through architecture's stones, the Dutch lemon, the tragic chorus, and the ground bass already knows more than a library of academic aesthetics can teach. He knows the Sabbath by acquaintance. That acquaintance is the third book's gift to the single thought, and its promissory note to the fourth. If a doubt remains whether will-less cognition is more than a pretty phrase, perform the experiment the Dutch masters already performed. Look at a trivial object until appetite and boredom fall away, and only the look remains. That residue, cognition without willing, is the pure subject. Multiply the duration and clarity of that residue, and you have the temperament of genius. Fix it in a medium so that another can borrow it, and you have art. Here in a bass line the planet's mass, and in a melody the human will's zigzag of want. And you have understood music without a single technical term. The third book asks for no faith beyond this acquaintance. Everything else, hierarchy of genres, critique of allegory, kinship of Kant and Plato, is commentary on what the Sabbath already disclosed. So I leave the third book not as a museum catalog, but as the middle hinge of the system. Representation subject to sufficient reason, Book I. Will as thing in itself, Book II. Representation independent of sufficient reason in the idea, and in music, Book III. Will known and then affirmed or negated, Book IV. For perspectives, one thought. Aesthetics the hinge that proves cognition can quit the will service before ethics demands that the will quit itself. Whoever still asks what pure subject means after all this has not yet looked long enough at anything. Look until the looking is all that remains. Then read the third book again. The words will fit the experience as a glove fits a hand, and a single thought will have shown its aesthetic face without remainder. With that, the aesthetic perspective is complete enough to bear the weight of what follows. Contemplation has been secured as a real state of the subject, the idea as its object, genius as its sustained power, the arts as its communicators, music as its metaphysical exception. The hungry will of Book II has met its temporary quiet. Serious things, affirmation and negation, wait in Book IV. I have said enough. The Sabbath is real. The idea is its object. Music is the will heard without the veil of appearance. And ethics alone can ask whether the Sabbath can last beyond the hour of art. Thus ends the third perspective on the single thought. Aesthetics as will-less cognition of the idea, and music as the will's own voice before ethics speaks of affirmation and negation. Fourth book, affirmation and negation of the will to life. Philosophy describes, character determines. The final part of our discussion is the most serious, since it deals with human actions of direct concern to everyone. What follows is generally called practical philosophy, in contrast to the theoretical philosophy of the preceding books. But in my opinion, philosophy is always theoretical. What is essential to it is that it treats its subject matter in a purely contemplative manner, describing without prescribing. For philosophy to become practical, guide action, shape character. These are long-standing demands that mature insight should give up once and for all. Where the worth or worthlessness of an existence, where salvation or damnation is in question, the issue cannot be resolved with dead concepts, but only by the innermost essence of the man himself, the demon that leads him and has not chosen him, but rather has been chosen by him, as Plato would have it, or his intelligible character, as Kant says. Virtue is as little taught as genius. Concepts are barren for it, as for art, useful only as tools. It would be as absurd to expect our systems of morals to inspire virtuous and holy men as to think that our aesthetics could create poets, painters, and musicians. Philosophy can never do more than interpret and explain what is present, bring the essence of the world, which speaks intelligibly to everyone as a feeling, to the clear and abstract cognition of reason. In the preceding 3 books, we did this from other points of view. Now human action will be treated in the same way. There will be no precepts, no doctrine of duty, no universal formula for generating virtue, no unconditional ought, which entails a contradiction, as the appendix shows, no law of freedom. We will not talk about oughts at all. That is how you talk to children or to nations in their infancy. It is a manifest contradiction to call the will free and then prescribe laws that it ought to will wood and iron. The will is not only free but omnipotent. It gives rise not only to its actions but to its world. As it is, so does its acting appear, so does its world appear. Both are the self-cognition of the will and nothing besides. Only in this way is it truly autonomous. It would be heteronymous on any other view. Our philosophy will continue to assert the same immanence it has maintained all along. It will not use the forms of appearance as a pole for vaulting into cloud cuckoo land and the empty absolute. This real world of the cognizable remains both the material and the limit of our discussion. Human beings, like every other part of nature, are the objecthood of the will. Each has his character, from which motives call forth his actions with necessity. Empirical character is revealed in the way he acts. Intelligible character, the will in itself whose determinate appearance he is revealed in the empirical character. The intelligible character of each human being can be regarded as an extratemporal and thus indivisible and unchanging act of will, whose appearance developed in time and space is the empirical character, as the entire tree is the constantly repeated appearance of one and the same drive. Kant's distinction of intelligible and empirical character I fully support. Priestley treated the necessity of individual acts satisfactorily. Freedom of the will as thing in itself in no way translates directly into appearance. The person is never free, even though it is an appearance of free will, because it is the already determined appearance of that free willing. We feel free a priori in our actions. We learn a posteriori that acting takes place with complete necessity from the meeting of character and motives. The vulgar zealously defend complete freedom of individual actions. The great thinkers of all ages have denied it. Doubts about the inevitability of a deed from a given character with a present motive are like doubts that the angles of a triangle add up to 2 right angles. Yet human beings are to be distinguished from all other appearances of the will. Freedom, independence of the principle of sufficient reason, which applies only to the will as thing in itself, might nevertheless emerge into appearance through them, presenting itself as a self-contradiction within appearance. The same high degree of cognition that makes art possible, the pure mirror of the ideas, can, when the will relates that cognition to itself, make possible an abolition and self-negation of the will in its most perfect appearance. Freedom can then emerge into appearance by abolishing the essence that grounds appearance while appearance continues in time, generating the phenomena of holiness and self-denial. How this is to be understood becomes clear only at the end of this book. First, we must describe the affirmation of the will to life, the ordinary and natural course. The 4th book is therefore not a doctrine of duties stacked on top of metaphysics. It is metaphysics completing itself in the only domain where everyone already has the data, his own acting. What aesthetics showed as a holiday from willing, ethics will show as a possible permanent Sabbath, not by commanding, but by describing how cognition, when it becomes adequate to the whole, can quiet the will that produced it. The professors who demand an ought before they will listen have already confessed that they want a police ordinance for the demon, not a cognition of the world. No ought. Philosophy describes virtue untaught. Ought to will is wood and iron. Intelligible/empirical character. extratemporal act of will versus its temporal appearance. Actions necessary under motives. Exceptional freedom, self-negation of the will as transcendental alteration appearing as holiness. Quote, virtue is as little taught as genius. Indeed, concepts are just as barren for it as they are for art, and useful for both only as tools. It would be just as absurd to expect our systems of morals and ethics to inspire virtuous, noble, and holy men as it would be to think that our aesthetics could create poets, painters, and musicians. Quote, it is of course a manifest contradiction to call the will free and then to prescribe laws that it ought to will by, ought to will wood and iron. But our whole point has been that the will is not only free, but omnipotent. It gives rise not only to its actions, but to its world as well. Affirmation of the will to life and the negativity of happiness. The affirmation of the will to life is the will's willing of its own appearance, the maintenance of the body, the satisfaction of needs, and above all the sexual drive, which affirms the species beyond the individual and is the most decisive affirmation of the will. Procreation is not a private pleasure, but the will's renewal of the whole tragedy in a new individual. Marriage, jealousy, the war of the sexes, the care for offspring, all are the will affirming itself at the highest grade. Egoism is the natural standpoint of the individual appearance. Each treats himself as the center of the world and others as means or obstacles. From egoism flow injustice and malice when the will asserts itself by denying others' wills. Justice begins where the will restrains itself enough not to injure. Pure love and free justice arise only when the principium individuationis is seen through. Since the individual openly admits himself to be one particular objectivation of the will to life itself, he resists death with his entire being. Where feeling reveals us to be so helpless, reason can nonetheless step in and overcome this adverse impression to a great extent by placing us at a higher standpoint where we can take in the whole picture instead of the details. Someone who has thoroughly integrated the truths of the second book into his way of thinking, without at the same time having any personal experience or far-reaching insight into the continuous suffering that is essential to all life, someone, rather, who is perfectly happy and content with life, and who, after calm reflection, could wish that his life as he has experienced it so far would be of endless duration, or of perpetually new recurrence, and whose thirst for life is so great that he would gladly and willingly take on all the pain and hardships that life is subject to in return for its pleasures. Such a person would stand with firm, strong bones on the well-grounded, enduring earth, and would have nothing to fear. Armed with the knowledge we have given him, he would look at death with indifference as it rushed towards him on the wings of time, regarding it as a false illusion, an impotent phantom, frightening to the weak, but powerless against anyone who knows that he himself is that will whose objectivation or image is the whole world, and to which, for this reason, life and the present will always remain certainties, the true and only form of appearance of the will. The thought of an infinite past or future without him can hold no horror for him, since he regards this as an empty illusion and the web of Maya, and thus has as little to fear from death as the sun has to fear from the night. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna leads Arjuna to this perspective when grief at the sight of armies ready for war threatens to make him give up the fight. Goethe's Prometheus forms men in his image, a race like him, to suffer, to weep, to take pleasure, and be happy. This is affirmation at full strength, the will that has recognized itself as eternal in the species and in the present, and that therefore laughs at the individual's extinction. It is not yet wisdom. It is the courage of life before the deeper cognition of suffering has turned courage into resignation. Cognition is the medium of motives, and its influence, not on the will itself, but on the emergence of the will into actions, also underlies the fundamental difference between human and animal deeds. Although animals and humans are determined through motives with the same degree of necessity, Humans have an absolute ability to choose that gives them an advantage over animals and has often been regarded as a freedom of the will in particular deeds. In truth, however, it is nothing other than the possibility of a full-fledged battle between several motives, where the stronger motive determines the will with necessity. For this to happen, the motives must assume the form of abstract thoughts, because this is the only way genuine deliberation is possible, i.e., a weighing of opposing ground for action. With animals, the choice can only be between intuitively available motives, and this is why animals are limited to the narrow sphere of their present intuitive apprehension. Accordingly, it is only in animals that the necessity of the determination of the will through the motive can be intuitively and immediately presented. With humans, motives are almost always abstract representations that the spectator does not have access to, and the necessity of their operation is hidden from even the agent himself behind their conflict. This deliberative capacity raises humans above animals and leads us to credit ourselves with freedom of the will, believing that human willing is the mere result of the operations of the intellect, and that the intellect is not based in any particular drive. In truth, a motive is effective only when it has the person's own particular drive as its foundation and presupposition, the drive in his case being an individual one, i.e. a character. People's deliberative capacity is one of the things that makes their existence so much more harrowing than that of animals, because generally speaking, our greatest sufferings do not lie in the present, as intuitive representations or immediate feeling, but rather in reason, as abstract concepts, tormenting thoughts. Animals are completely free from these, because they live only in the present and are thus in an enviably carefree condition. Remorse always proceeds from recognition that has been corrected, not from a change of will, which would be impossible. The anguish of conscience over what has been done is nothing like remorse. It is the pain of recognizing yourself as such, i.e., as will. It is squarely based on the certainty that you still have the same will. If the will were altered and the anguish of conscience were just remorse, then it would be abolished. The past could no longer cause any anxiety, since it would present the expression of a will that was no longer that of the person experiencing remorse. The prayer, "Lead me not into temptation," means, "Do not let me see who I am." Suffering is essential to life and does not flow in upon us from the outside. All people carry within themselves an unconquerable source of suffering. We always look for an external, particular cause as a pretext for the pain that will never go away. Like free men who set up an idol in order to have a master. We strive tirelessly from desire to desire. Every achieved satisfaction proves unsatisfying and reveals itself as a shameful error. We do not see that we are drawing water with the vessel of the Danaids. We hurry on to new desires. Lucretius already knew. As long as we lack what we desire, it seems to surpass all else. When attained, we desire another. We are always caught in a similar thirst after life. Rarely, when strength of character is present, we come to a desire that cannot be fulfilled or relinquished. Then we have something other than our own nature to blame, putting us at odds with fate, but reconciling us to existence by freeing us from the recognition that suffering is essential. All satisfaction, or what is generally called happiness, is actually and essentially only ever negative and absolutely never positive. It is not something primordial that comes to us from out of itself. It must always be the satisfaction of some desire. Desire, i.e. lack, is the prior condition for every pleasure. The desire ends with satisfaction, and so, consequently, does the pleasure. Thus, happiness can never be anything more than the liberation from a pain or need, including every desire that disturbs our peace and even the deadly boredom that turns existence into a burden. Difficulties pile up with every step. If we succeed, we never gain anything more than liberation from a previous lack, and a new lack stands ready. Excessive joy and acute pain determine each other reciprocally and are based on error and delusion, the delusion of having found lasting gratification. They are not produced merely by what is present, but rather by an anticipation of the future. Immoderate joy is always based on the delusion that you have found something in life that is not really there, namely lasting gratification of your agonizing, constantly reoccurring desires or worries. People must inevitably be brought around later from each particular delusion of this type, and when it fades they must pay for it with sufferings as intense as the joys caused by its appearance. In this respect, it is just like a height that you can only get down from by falling. That is why it should be avoided, and every sudden, excessive pain is just such a fall from this sort of height. Stoic ethics aims to free the mind from such delusions and give imperturbable equanimity. Horace counsels calm in trouble and a heart that controls overpowering joy. But Stoic composure remains eudaimonism, a special form of the will's self-management, and its sage remains a wooden mannequin, as I said at the end of the first book. The true opposite of affirmation is not Stoic calm, but negation of the will. The overall quantity of our suffering and well-being is subjectively determined. External motives for sadness play the role of a blister remedy, drawing together bad humors that would otherwise be scattered. When a central worry is lifted, another ascends the throne of the ruling worry of the day and puffs itself up to fill the whole capacity for pain. Cheerful and sad faces are found among poor and rich alike. Motives for suicide are wildly different. No external unhappiness is great enough to cause suicide in every character, and few are too trivial to have caused it in some. Life swings between pain and boredom. The will is a hungry will living off itself. Time itself is the form under which the will must affirm itself as appearance. The present alone is real for the will. Past and future are only for the concept-ridden intellect. That is why the will, so long as it affirms, clings to the present with a greed that no argument can shame, and why boredom, the emptiness of a present without motive, is as terrible as pain. The man who has everything and still suffers from boredom has proved my thesis without reading a page of philosophy. The will needs an object as a hungry stomach needs food. When the object is lacking, the will eats itself. Affirmation, maintenance of body, and especially sexual drive as affirmation of the species. Deathless courage of the will that knows itself as world. Deliberative capacity, abstract motives battle, necessity hidden, animals free of tormenting thoughts. Happiness negative, only liberation from lack, Danaid's vessel, boredom as positive burden. Suffering essential, not from outside. External causes as pretexts and blister remedies. Conscience anguish is not equal to remorse. Quote, all satisfaction, or what is generally called happiness, is actually and essentially only ever negative and absolutely never positive. A desire, i.e. lack, is the prior condition for every pleasure. But the desire ends with satisfaction, and so, consequently, does the pleasure. Thus, satisfaction or happiness can never be anything more than the liberation from a pain or need. Quote, as long as we lack what we desire, it seems to surpass / all else, but when it's attained we desire another / and we are always caught in a similar thirst after life. Quote, armed with the knowledge that we have given him, he would look at death with indifference as it rushed towards him on the wings of time, regarding it as a false illusion, an impotent phantom, frightening to the weak, but powerless against anyone who knows that he himself is that will whose objectivation or image is the whole world. Sex drive, wrong, and the boundaries of affirmation. The first simple affirmation of the will to life is the affirmation of one's own body. The will presents itself through acts in time to the extent that the body is already the spatial presentation of that same will through its form and purposiveness. This affirmation reveals itself as the preservation of the body through the use of its own forces. The satisfaction of the sex drive is directly linked to this preservation and belongs to it to the extent that the genitals belong to the body. That is why voluntary renunciation of the satisfaction of this drive, when that renunciation is not grounded in any motives of prudence or fear, is already a degree of the negation of the will to life. The voluntary self-abolition of the will through the emergence of cognition operating as a tranquilizer. Such renunciation presents itself as a contradiction between the will and its own appearance. The body in its genitalia objectifies the will to propagate, yet propagation is not willed, precisely because it is negation or abolition of the will to life. This renunciation involves a difficult and painful self-overcoming. The sex drive is not a private ornament of character. It is the will's most decisive self-affirmation at the human grade, the will's renewal of the whole tragedy in a new individual. Marriage, jealousy, the war of the sexes, the care for offspring, all are the will affirming itself beyond the span of one body. Whoever treats procreation as a merely personal pleasure has not yet understood what he is doing. He is signing, with his body, another lease on the world of suffering. Now the will presents a self-affirmation of the particular body in countless coexisting individuals, and because they are all characterized by egoism, the will very easily exceeds this affirmation in any given individual and becomes a negation of the same will as it appears in other individuals. The will of the first individual violates the boundaries of the other individual's affirmation of will, either by destroying or harming the other body itself, or by forcing the energies of that other body to serve its own will rather than the will that appears in the other body. Thus, when it takes the strength of the other's body from the will appearing in that body and uses it to enhance the strength that serves its own will over and above its own body, it affirms its own will over and above its own body by negating the will that appears in another body. This violation of the boundaries of someone else's affirmation of will has long been recognized, and its concept is denoted by the word wrong, unrect. Both parties recognize the situation instantly, not in the clear and abstract form I have given, but as a feeling. When the sphere of some body's affirmation is violated by another individual's negation of it, the wronged party feels an immediate mental injury, entirely separate from any physical suffering that accompanies the deed and from irritation at the loss. On the other hand, the wrongdoer acquires the cognition that he is in himself the same will that also appears in that other, a will that affirms itself with such vehemence in the one appearance that, by transgressing the boundaries of its own body and its strengths, it comes to negate the will in the other appearance. Consequently, regarded as will in itself, it struggles with itself through this very vehemence and tears itself apart. This cognition presents itself instantaneously, not abstractly, but as an obscure feeling, the pangs of conscience, or more precisely the feeling of having done wrong. We have analyzed the concept of wrong in the most universal abstraction, but it expresses itself most perfectly, authentically, and palpably in concrete fashion in cannibalism, its clearest and most obvious form, the terrible image of the greatest conflict of the will with itself on the highest level of its objectivation, that of the human being. After this comes murder. When someone commits a murder, he is seized instantly and with terrible clarity by those pangs of conscience whose meaning I have just given in dry and abstract terms, and which inflict a lifelong, incurable wound on any peace of mind. Our horror at a murder that has been committed, as well as our shrinking back in the face of a prospective murder, are phenomena that accord with the boundless devotion to life pervading all living things, as the appearances of the will to life. Intentionally mutilating or even injuring someone else's body, or indeed any blow, can be seen as essentially the same as murder, differing only in degree. Wrongdoing manifests itself further in the subjugation of other individuals, in forcing them into slavery, and finally in the assault on somebody else's property, which, to the extent that we regard it as the fruit of their labor, is essentially the same as slavery, and is related to slavery as a simple injury is to murder. Property is not a mystical absolute. It is the objectified labor of a will that has already affirmed itself in a body. To seize that fruit is to force another's will to serve one's own beyond the boundary of one's body. The same structure of wrong, only milder in appearance, and therefore easier for the windbags of ethics to muddy with empty formulas about natural right, invented in cloud cuckoo land. Right, rect, is the negation of wrong, It is the will's self-limitation so as not to violate the affirmation of will appearing in another body. Temporal justice has its seat in the state and becomes justice only when it takes the future into account. Any punishment or retribution for an outrage is unjustifiable if it lacks reference to the future. It only compounds the first evil by adding a second that lacks any sense or significance. The state is not the realization of the moral law, nor a temple of the categorical imperative fallen from heaven. It is a practical arrangement by which egoists, recognizing their mutual danger, agree to restrain the excesses of affirmation that would otherwise make coexistence impossible. Punishment looks forward. It deters, it protects, it shapes motives for future acts. Retribution that looks only backward, that demands suffering for suffering's sake without reference to what is to come, is itself a further tearing of the will against itself, dressed up as righteousness. The professors who make the state into a moral organism, who baptize police power as the march of absolute spirit, confuse the mirror of appearance with the thing in itself. The state can at best prevent the worst expressions of wrong. It cannot produce virtue because virtue does not arise from motives of fear and calculation. Even the best constitution remains a contract among wolves who have agreed not to devour one another in the street. It does not transform the wolf into a lamb. Whoever expects moral rebirth from legislation has confused the principium individuationis with the quietive, and will spend his life drafting ever finer police ordinances while the will continues to tear itself in private. Sex as affirmation, genitals objectify propagation. Voluntary chastity without prudential motive already negates the will. Wrong, unwrecked violation of another's bodily affirmation, from cannibalism and murder to slavery and theft of labor's fruit. State/temporal justice, forward-looking deterrence among egoists, not moral rebirth. Punishment without future reference is a second evil. Quote, this violation of the boundaries of someone else's affirmation of will has been clearly recognized for a long time, and its concept is denoted by the word wrong. Both parties will instantly recognize the situation, not in the clear and abstract form we have given here, of course, but as a feeling. Quote, we have analyzed the concept of wrong in the most universal abstraction, but it expresses itself most perfectly, authentically, and palpably in concrete fashion in cannibalism. This is its clearest and most obvious form, the terrible image of the greatest conflict of the will with itself on the highest level of its objectivation, that of the human being. Eternal justice and the veil of Maya. We have become familiar with temporal justice, which has its seat in the state as either retributive or punitive, and we have seen that this becomes justice only when it takes the future into account. But the situation is entirely different with eternal justice, which governs the world, not the state. It is not dependent on human institutions, not subject to chance or deception, not uncertain, unstable, or subject to error, but rather infallible, steadfast, and secure. The concept of retribution already entails temporality, which is why eternal justice cannot be retributive, as this would require time. It cannot permit any delays or reprieves, nor can it appeal to time to balance a bad deed with a bad result. Punishment must be tied to the offense to the point where the two become one. Euripides already knew. Do you think crimes fly to the gods on wings, to be recorded on Jupiter's tablet? Not even the whole of heaven would be big enough. No, the punishment is already here, if you would only see it. It will soon be fully clear to anyone who has grasped the complete thought we have been developing that such eternal justice is really part of the essence of the world. The world in all the multiplicity of its parts and forms is the appearance, the objecthood of the one will to life. Existence itself, as well as the mode of existence, in the whole and in each of the parts, all comes from the will alone. It is free, it is omnipotent. The will appears in everything, precisely as it determines itself, in itself and outside of time. The world is only the mirror of this willing, and all finitude, all suffering, All the misery the world contains belongs to the expression of what it wills. It is so because the will wills it so. Thus, with the strictest right, every being supports existence in general, both the existence of its species and the existence of its distinctive individuality, just as it is in its surroundings as they are, in a world as it is, ruled by accident and error, temporal, transient, always suffering. And everything that happens to the individual, indeed everything that can happen, is always right, because the will is his, and as the will is, so is the world. The responsibility for the existence and the condition of this world can only be borne by the world itself, and no other. For how could anyone else take it upon themselves? If you want to know what humanity, morally considered, is worth overall and in general, just look at the fate of humanity overall and in general. It is want, misery, sorrow, trouble, and death. Eternal justice is at work. If human beings were not on the whole worthless, then their fate would not be on the whole so sad. In this sense, we can say, the world itself is the world tribunal, the last judgment, Weltgericht. If we could put all the misery of the world on one side of the scale and all the guilt of the world on the other, the pointer would certainly vouch for this. But of course the world does not present itself to the cognition of the individual as such, a cognition that has arisen from the will in order to serve it, in the same way that it eventually reveals itself to the investigator, that is, as the objecthood of the one and only will to life that he himself is. Instead, the eyes of the crude individual are clouded, as the Indians say, by the veil of Maya. It is not the thing in itself that shows itself to the individual, but only appearances in time and space, in the principium individuationis, and in the rest of the forms of the principle of sufficient reason. And in this form of his limited cognition, he does not see the essence of things, which is one, but rather only appearances, which are separated, disconnected, innumerable, highly dissimilar, and in fact opposed. Thus pleasure appears to him to be one thing, and sorrow something entirely different. This human being appears as a torturer and murderer, that person a martyr and victim. Evil is one thing and trouble another. He sees one person living in happiness, abundance, and pleasure, while at this same person's door another is dying a miserable death from want and cold. Then he asks, where is retribution? And he himself, in the most violent urges of the will that is his origin and his essence, seizes the pleasures and delights of life, embraces them firmly, and does not know that through this very act of his will he is seizing and clutching to himself all the pains and miseries of life, the very sight of which strikes him with such terror. He sees the trouble, he sees the evil in the world, but he is very far from recognizing that both are only different sides of the single appearance of the one will to life. He considers them very different, in fact entirely opposed, and often tries to escape trouble, his own individual suffering, through evil, i.e. by causing other people to suffer, trapped as he is in the principium individuationis, deceived by the veil of Maya. Just as a captain sits in a boat, trusting the weak little vessel as the raging, boundless sea raises up and casts down howling cliffs of waves, so the human individual sits calmly in a world full of sorrow, supported by and trusting in the principium individuationis, which is how the individual cognizes things as appearance. The boundless world, everywhere full of suffering, with its infinite past and infinite future, is alien to him. In fact, it is a fairy tale. His vanishing little person, his unextended present, his momentary comfort, these alone have reality for him. And he does everything he can to maintain these, as long as a more adequate cognition does not open his eyes. Until then, he has only an utterly dark presentiment in the innermost depths of his consciousness that all of this is not really foreign to him, but in fact connected with him in such a way that the principium individuationis cannot protect him. From this presentiment comes that indelible dread shared by all humans, and perhaps even the more intelligent animals, that seizes them so suddenly when the forms of appearance threaten to dissolve, when death, or the spectacle of another's agony, or the sudden collapse of a cherished illusion, forces the intellect for a moment to look past the boat into the sea. Caught in the principium individuationis, the intellect demands that the offender suffer as the offended suffered, an amphiboly that draws eternal justice into appearance. In truth, the tormentor and tormented are in themselves one. The same will suffers in the oppressor and the oppressed, and more in the former to the extent that consciousness there is greater clarity and the will greater vehemence. Christian ethics forbids repayment of evil with evil and leaves vengeance to the Lord, eternal justice to the realm of the thing in itself. The deeper recognition that no longer fosters retribution is the same recognition that gives rise to all virtue and magnanimity. That recognition is expressed for the people of India in the Mahavakya, Tat Tvam Ase. You are that. Purely and in itself, this wisdom is foreign, even contradictory to cognition under the principle of sufficient reason. Mythology translates it into a form that can guide action. The transmigration of souls, atone for suffering inflicted by enduring the same suffering. The highest reward of resignation is never to be reborn, as the Buddhists say, nirvana, a state lacking birth, aging, sickness, and death. There has never been a myth so strongly bound to a philosophical truth accessible to so few. Pythagoras and Plato already admired it. Our clergymen will not displace Indian wisdom. On the contrary, Indian wisdom flows back to Europe and will change the foundations of our knowledge and thought. Mythology is not a rival to philosophy here, but its popular translation. What the philosopher says abstractly, that the will is one and tears itself in the principium individuationis. The myth says in images of rebirth and karmic balance, so that those still caught in appearance can act as if they had seen through it. Eternal justice, not temporal retribution. Offense and punishment are one in the will's self-tearing. World as Weltgericht. Veil of Maya. Pleasure and sorrow appear opposed. The egoist seizes pleasure and thereby seizes all misery. Tat Tvam Aci. Metaphysical identity. Transmigration as mythic clothing for the principium individuationis. Quote, the world itself is the world tribunal, the last judgment. If we could put all the misery of the world on one side of the scale and all the guilt of the world on the other, the pointer would certainly vouch for this. Quote, just as a captain sits in a boat, trusting the weak little vessel as the raging, boundless sea raises up and casts down howling cliffs of waves, so the human individual sits calmly in a world full of sorrow, supported by and trusting in the principium individuationis. From egoism to loving kindness, grades of ethical character. Conscience is the merely felt cognition of the ethical significance of action, obscure awareness of the unity of the will in all appearances. All pure and true love and all free justice comes from seeing through the principium individuationis. When this is achieved with full clarity, it leads to perfect sanctification and redemption, whose phenomenon is resignation, imperturbable peace, and the greatest joyfulness in death. The evil person is infinitely remote from that cognition and is abandoned to all the misery that appears in life as possible. His present happy state is only appearance and deception of Maya, the happy dream of a beggar. The suffering he inflicts on others is the measure of the suffering he experiences himself, which cannot break his will or lead to ultimate negation. In the violence with which the evil person affirms life, a violence that presents itself to him in the suffering he imposes on others, he estimates how far he is from abandoning and negating that very will, which is the only possible redemption from the world and its miseries. He sees the extent to which he belongs to the world, and how tightly he is bound up with it. His recognition of the sufferings of others was not able to move him. He is cast into life and the feeling of suffering. It is an open question whether this suffering will ever break and overcome the violence of his will. Opposites shed light on each other, and the day reveals both itself and the night, as Spinoza wisely remarked. Egoism affirms one's own will against others. Malice affirms by delighting in others' pain. Justice refrains from injury. Loving kindness, caritas, takes others' ends as one's own because it has seen that the other is not other. These are not 4 external commandments, but 4 degrees of clarity in the will's self-cognition. The egoist still trusts the boat. The malicious man has discovered that he can quiet his own torment for a moment by transferring it, a further deepening of the will's self-contradiction. The just man has felt enough of the unity to stop at the boundary of another's body. The loving man has seen through so far that the boundary itself has become transparent. Compassion, mitleid, is not a soft feeling added to egoism, but the breakthrough of metaphysical identity into empirical consciousness. Kant's practical reason and categorical imperative I contest. They invent an absolute ought fallen from heaven. My ethics needs no such fiction. It needs only the will's self-cognition in the mirror of the world. The same cognition art prepared when it showed the idea, now turned upon the will itself until the will recoils from what it sees. A morality without grounding, which is to say mere moralizing, can never be effective because it does not motivate. But a morality that does motivate can do so only by influencing self-love. And what results from this has no moral value. It follows that true virtue cannot arise from morality or abstract cognition in general, but must come from intuitive cognition that recognizes in another individual the same essence as in its own. Virtue does indeed come from cognition, but not from abstract cognition that can be communicated through words. If it did, then it could be taught, and the abstract explanation I am giving here of the essence of virtue and the cognition that grounds it would improve the ethics of anyone who understands us. But this is by no means the case. Ethical lectures and sermons are as little capable of producing a virtuous person as aesthetics, from Aristotle onward, has ever made a poet. Concepts are barren when it comes to the true and inner nature of virtue, just as they are for art, and can only be used in an absolutely subordinate way, as tools for elaborating and safeguarding things that we already know and have resolved upon. Vel non decider, willing cannot be taught. Abstract dogmas have no influence on virtue, i.e. on goodness of disposition. False dogmas do not disturb it, and true ones do little to promote it. And, in all honesty, it would be very bad if the most important aspect of a person's life, its eternally valid ethical worth, were to depend on something whose attainment is as subject to chance as dogmas, theological doctrines, or philosophemes. The only value dogmas have for morality is that they provide a schema or formula for virtuous people whose cognition is already derived from elsewhere. Such people can then use this formula to articulate, mostly fictitious, account of their own non-egoistic deeds for the benefit of their own reason. They do not comprehend the true essence of their non-egoistic deeds, but they are used to being satisfied with the account they give. Dogmas can have a powerful influence on action, on external deeds, just as customs and examples can. The latter because the ordinary human being is aware of the weaknesses in his judgment and does not trust it, but instead only follows his own or other people's experience. But none of this alters anyone's disposition. They are just operata, good works for the sake of merit, as the church would say, that do nothing unless grace sends the faith that leads to rebirth. Abstract cognition only ever gives motives, and, as we showed above, motive can only alter the direction of the will, not the will itself. But any cognition that can be communicated can act on the will only as a motive. So however much the will is guided by dogmas, what the person really wills overall remains the same. The person has simply received different ideas concerning the means for achieving it, and imaginary motives direct him just like actual ones. Thus, with respect to his ethical worth, it is all the same whether he gives large alms from fear of hell or from hope of heaven, or from a genuine seeing through of individuation. The external deed may look identical. The disposition is worlds apart. The professors of ethics who pile up casuistries and duty tables are manufacturing motives for the egoist. They never touch the will. Pure love is identical with compassion. Compassion turned back onto the individual is the symptom of the phenomenon of weeping. We weep not merely for another's pain, but because that pain has become our own through a momentary breach of the principium individuationis. From the same source that gives rise to all goodness, love, virtue, and nobility, there ultimately emerges also what I call the negation of the will to life. Hatred and malice are conditioned by egoism and based on cognition caught up in the principium individuationis. Seeing through that principium individuationis is the origin and essence both of justice and, when it goes further, of love and nobility at the very highest levels. By eradicating the distinction between one's own individual and that of others, this is the only thing that makes possible and explains perfect dispositional goodness that goes as far as the most disinterested love and the most generous self-sacrifice for the sake of others. But if the seeing through the principium individuationis, this immediate cognition of the identity of the will in all of its appearances, is present at a high degree of clarity, then it will at once show an even greater influence on the will. If the veil of Maya is lifted from a human being's eyes to such an extent that he no longer makes the egoistic distinction between his person and that of others, but rather takes as much interest in the sufferings of other individuals as he does in his own, and is not only exceedingly charitable, but is actually prepared to sacrifice his own individual as soon as several others can be saved by doing so, then it clearly follows that such a human being, who recognizes himself, his innermost, and true self in all beings, must also regard the endless suffering of all living things as his own, and take upon himself the pain of the whole world. No suffering is foreign to him anymore. All the miseries of others that he sees, and is so rarely in a position to alleviate, all the misery he learns about indirectly, or in fact only knows to be possible. All these affect his spirit as if they were his own. He no longer bears in mind the changing well-being and woe of his own person, as is the case with the human being still trapped in egoism. As he sees through the principium individuationis, everything is equally close to him. He recognizes the whole, comprehends its essence, and finds that it is constantly passing away, caught up in vain strivings, inner conflict, and perpetual suffering. Wherever he looks, he sees the sufferings of humanity, the sufferings of the animal kingdom, in a fleeting, fading world. But this is now all just as close to him as only his own person is to the egoist. Given what he knows about the world, how could he affirm this very life by constant acts of will, binding himself ever closer to it, embracing it ever more tightly? Grades: egoism, malice, justice, loving-kindness. At the summit, negation. Virtue untaught, intuitive cognition of shared essence. Dogmas alter deeds, not disposition. Vel non-decider. World pain. Seeing through individuation loads the saint with all suffering. Affirmation becomes impossible. Quote, true virtue cannot arise from morality or abstract cognition in general, but must come from intuitive cognition that recognizes in another individual the same essence as in its own. Quote, if the veil of Maya, the principium individuationis, is lifted from human beings' eyes to such an extent that he no longer makes the egoistic distinction between his person and that of others, but rather takes as much interest in the sufferings of other individuals as he does in his own, he must also regard the endless suffering of all living things as his own, and take upon himself the pain of the whole world. Asceticism, transition from virtue to negation. If the one who is still caught in the principium individuationis, in egoism, recognizes only particular things and their relations to his own person, and these things are ever renewed sources of motivation for his willing. Conversely, a recognition of the whole, of the essence of things in themselves, such as we have described, becomes the tranquilizer of all and every willing. The will begins turning away from life. It shrinks from each of the pleasures in which it sees life being affirmed. A human being achieves the state of voluntary renunciation, resignation, true composure, Gelassenheit, and complete will-lessness, Willenslowsighet. But for those of us who are still caught in the veil of Maya, We sometimes gain a very intimate recognition of the nothingness and bitterness of life in the form of our own painful sufferings or our vivid recognition of the sufferings of others, and we would like to take the sting out of desire and prevent any suffering from coming in, to cleanse and sanctify ourselves through complete and lasting renunciation. But then we are quickly enmeshed in the delusion of appearance once more, and its motives put the will back into motion. We cannot tear ourselves away. The temptations of hope, the flatteries of the present, the sweetness of pleasure, the well-being that falls to our personal lot amid the distress of a suffering world ruled by chance and error, all this pulls us back and fastens our bonds once more. Thus Jesus says, "It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God." If we compare life to a circular path made of red-hot coals with a few cool places, where we're forced to keep going around and around the circle, someone entrapped in delusion is comforted by the coolness of the place where he is standing at the moment or that he sees nearby, and he begins running over the path. But someone who has seen through the principium individuationis and recognizes the essence of things in themselves, and thus the whole, is not susceptible to such comfort. He sees himself on all points of the circle simultaneously and steps away. His will reverse his course and no longer affirms his own being, mirrored in appearance, but negates it instead. The phenomenon in which this is revealed is the transition from virtue to asceticism. Specifically, he is no longer satisfied with loving others as himself and doing as much for them as for himself. Instead, he has conceived a loathing for the essence that is expressed as his own appearance, the will to life, the kernel and essence of that world he recognizes as a miserable place. Accordingly, he renounces the essence that appears in himself and is already expressed through his body, and his deeds now belie his appearance and come into open contradiction with it. Since he himself is essentially nothing other than an appearance of the will, he stops willing anything, is careful not to let his will attach itself to anything, and tries to steel himself with the greatest indifference towards all things. His body, healthy and strong, expresses the sex drive through the genitals. He denies satisfaction to that drive. He does not flee suffering as the suicide does. He accepts poverty, fasting, chastity, and self-mortification as the visible contradiction between appearance and the will that has turned against itself. The phenomenon of negation is the ascetic, the saint, the penitent, voluntary poverty, chastity, fasting, self-mortification, not as merits earned for reward in another world of the same will, but as the appearance of the will's turning against itself. Cognition has become a quieter of the will, quietive. The will abolishes itself. Appearance may continue for a time, the body of the saint, as a burned-out shell. Christianity, when it is not reduced to a state religion of comfortable professors and paid clergy, has always known this path in its saints and penitents. So have the Indian religions in their sannyasis and bodhisattvas. The difference of myth, crucifixion and grace, or karma and nirvana, does not alter the inner phenomenon. The will has seen itself in the mirror of the world and recoiled. The windbag who calls this pessimism a disease of the liver, who recommends marriage and a career as the cure, has not understood a syllable. He is still running on the red-hot circle, congratulating himself on the cool patch under his feet. What remains after complete abolition cannot be described in the language of this world. The concept of nothing is essentially relative. An absolute nothing, a true nihil negativum, is not even conceivable. What is generally accepted as positive, what is the world of representation, the objecthood of the will. Negation of the will is abolition of the world, its mirror. If we're not looking at this mirror anymore, it is futile to ask where it has turned and to complain that it is lost in nothing. The quietive is not a new faculty invented for ethics. It is the same pure cognition that art already exhibited, only no longer turned outward upon an idea in nature or art, but turned back upon the will that is the cognizer's own essence. In aesthetic contemplation, the will was silenced for a holiday. In sanctification, the holiday becomes the permanent state because the cognizer has recognized that every particular pleasure is only another cool spot on the red-hot circle. Grace, rebirth, the new man. These ecclesiastical names point, when stripped of mythology, to the same transcendental alteration. The empirical character continues for a while as the body of the saint, but the intelligible character has reversed. That is why holiness cannot be taught any more than genius can. You can describe the phenomenon, you can point to the countenance in Raphael and Correggio, but you cannot manufacture the quietive by sermons any more than you can manufacture genius by aesthetics textbooks. The Church's talk of opera, operetta versus living faith is, for once, metaphysically exact. External deeds without the turning of the will are worthless for the thing that alone matters, the will's relation to itself. And conversely, the turning of the will may express itself in deeds that look, to the egoist, like folly or self-destruction, because he measures everything by affirmation. Negation of the will to life is the only act of the freedom of the will that emerges into appearance, what Asmus called a transcendental alteration. Nothing can be more different from this negation than suicide, the voluntary abolition of the individual appearance of the will. Far from being a negation of the will, suicide is a phenomenon of a strong affirmation of will. Negation is not essentially an abhorrence of the suffering of life, but an abhorrence of its pleasures. The person who commits suicide wills life and is only unsatisfied with the conditions under which life has been given to him. He relinquishes only life, not the will to life. He wills the unimpeded existence and affirmation of his body. Circumstances constrain him. The will reaches a decision in accordance with its intrinsic essence and destroys this appearance while remaining unmoved by coming into existence and passing away. Suicide finds support from the same certainty that prevents constant terror of death, that the will never lack for appearance. The will to life appears in self-killing, Shiva, as in self-preservation, Vishnu, and procreation, Brahma, the Trimurti. Suicide is related to negation of the will as the individual thing to the idea. It negates only the individual, not the species. It is futile and foolish. The rainbow remains stable however rapidly the drops change, and a masterpiece of Maya, the most glaring expression of the will's contradiction with itself. On the highest level, the single individual declares war on himself. Someone who commits suicide stops living precisely because he cannot stop willing. The suffering he avoids could have led to self-negation and redemption. He is like a sick person who interrupts a painful but curative operation. Almost all ethics condemn suicide on sophistical grounds. The inner meaning of self-overcoming that refuses suicide is, I do not want to avoid suffering because it can help suppress the will to life by strengthening recognition of the world's essence, so that recognition can become a tranquilizer of my will and redeem me forever. From time to time, a father kills the children he loves and then himself, explained only by assuming that the will recognizes itself in the children, yet remains caught in the delusion that takes appearance for essence, meaning to annul essence along with appearance. But the will to life cannot be suppressed by physical violence, only by cognition. Nature leads the will to the light, because only in the light can it find redemption. Voluntary starvation at the highest levels of asceticism is a different form, where even the will needed to maintain vegetative functions seems to cease, obscured by religious enthusiasm, yet pointing toward complete negation. The same logic that distinguishes suicide from negation distinguishes every attempt to abolish the will by force. War, revolution, the slaughter of enemies, even the fantasy of wiping out the species, all remain affirmations because they still will a world, only a world differently arranged. Negation does not rearrange the furniture of appearance. It withdraws the will that was furnishing it. That is why the saint looks to the affirming will like a living contradiction. His body still speaks the language of propagation and appetite, while his deeds refuse every syllable of that language. The contradiction is not a flaw in the phenomenon. It is the phenomenon of freedom entering appearance. For everyone who is still filled with the will, what remains after it is completely abolished is certainly nothing. But conversely, for those in whom the will has turned and negated itself, this world of ours, which is so very real with all its suns and galaxies, is nothing. That is the prajnaparamita of the Buddhists, the beyond of all knowledge, where subject and object are no more. We look with deep and painful longing at the countenance of saints in history and art, Raphael, Correggio, whose mere glint is a complete gospel. Only cognition remains, the will has vanished. This consideration alone gives lasting comfort when we have recognized that incurable suffering is the appearance of the will, and that with the abolition of the will, the world melts away into empty nothing. We must not evade that nothing with myths of reabsorption into Brahman. We confess freely, for the will filled, the remainder is nothing. For the will negated, our world is nothing. Whoever still demands a positive something beyond the confession has not yet let go of the will. He wants the Sabbath and the hunt at once, and will invent a comfortable heaven after death in which to keep hunting forever without any pain or boredom of willing. Thus, the single thought closes its fourth perspective. Representation under sufficient reason, will as thing in itself, idea and art as Sabbath, affirmation as the hungry will's ordinary course and negation as its transcendental alteration. Philosophy has only described. Salvation is not a duty deduced from concepts, but an event in the will's self-cognition. The critical path of the prefaces read twice, bring Kant and the fourfold route, was the path into this thought. What remains for the appendix is to settle accounts with Kant, from whom we took our departure and whose thing in itself we renamed will. I will not soften the ending for the comfort of those who want the world saved and also kept. The will either affirms and the world continues as suffering, or the will negates and the world, for that cognizer, is abolished. Between these there is no third path that the professors can invent by combining Stoic equanimity with a salary and a family. The fourth book is therefore also a test of honesty. Either you see that happiness is negative and suffering essential, or you are still painting the cool spot on the coals and calling it metaphysics. Whoever has followed me this far already knows which of these he is. Quietive, cognition as tranquilizer, will turns from pleasures that affirm life. Aesthetic holiday, made permanent. Red-hot circle, delusion runs to cool spots. The seeing through steps off the path. Grace and rebirth name the same alteration without manufacturing it. Suicide is not equal to negation, destroys appearance, leaves will, interrupts curative suffering. Force cannot abolish the will. Relative nothing. For the will filled, abolition is nothing. For the negated will, the world is nothing. Quote, if we compare life to a circular path made of red-hot coals with a few cool places, where we are forced to keep going around and around the circle, someone entrapped in delusion is comforted by the coolness of the place where he is standing at the moment or that he sees nearby, and he begins running over the path. But someone who has seen through the principium individuationis and recognizes the essence of things in themselves, and thus the whole, is not susceptible to such comfort. He sees himself on all points of the circle simultaneously and steps away. Quote, far from being a negation of the will, this is a phenomenon of a strong affirmation of will. This is because negation is not essentially an abhorrence of the suffering of life, but an abhorrence of its pleasures. The person who commits suicide wills life, and is only unsatisfied with the conditions under which life has been given to him. Quote, for everyone who is still filled with the will, what remains after it is completely abolished is certainly nothing. But conversely, for those in whom the will has turned and negated itself, this world of ours, which is so very real with all its suns and galaxies, is nothing. Appendix, critique of the Kantian philosophy. Privilege of genius and taking up from Kant. It is the privilege of true genius, and above all the genius who opens a new path to make great errors with impunity, Voltaire's line stands as the motto of this appendix, and I mean it without irony. It is much easier to indicate errors and mistakes in the work of a great mind than to give a clear and complete account of its value. The mistakes are specific and finite, and we can review each one, whereas it is a mark of genius that the excellence of its works is unfathomable and inexhaustible. They will not become obsolete, but will continue to be instructive for centuries on end. The perfected masterpiece of a truly great mind will always have so profound and far-reaching an effect on the entire human race that we cannot calculate how far geographically and temporally its illuminating influence will extend. Genius rises like a palm tree above the ground in which it is rooted. But such profound and far-reaching effects cannot appear very quickly, because there is such a vast distance between the genius and the usual run of humanity. The knowledge that this one person derives directly from life and the world in the course of a single lifetime cannot become the immediate property of humanity. Humanity's capacity to receive this knowledge does not equal his capacity to provide it. Each piece of knowledge must meander through the detours of innumerable false interpretations and distorted applications, survive attempts to amalgamate it with old errors, and struggle on until a new and unprejudiced generation comes its way. Thus, the education of the human race plods slowly on, the education of the weak and unruly pupil of genius. The entire force and importance of Kant's doctrine will only be revealed in the course of time, when one day the zeitgeist itself, transformed little by little under the influence of this doctrine, will be living testimony to the power of that intellectual giant. I regard Kant's works as still very new, while many people these days already see them as obsolete and dismiss them. This encourages others to become impertinent. They ignore Kant's works altogether and keep philosophizing about God and the soul with brazen audacity, using the presuppositions of the old dogmatic realism and its scholasticism, like trying to validate alchemical theories in the context of modern chemistry. Kant's works do not need my feeble eulogy. They will themselves be a source of eternal praise to their master. If we look back at the immediate effect of Kant's doctrine, we find confirmation of Goethe's disheartening remark. Just as water that has been displaced by a ship immediately falls back in a place behind it, so too, when great minds have pushed errors to the side and made room for themselves, these errors naturally close very quickly behind them again. Nonetheless, this period is only an episode, and it is now unmistakably nearing its end. The soap bubble that people kept blowing up is finally bursting. People are becoming generally aware that true and serious philosophy is still where Kant left it. For my part, I cannot see that anything has happened in philosophy between Kant's time and my own, so I will take up directly from him. The Fichtean, Scalingian, and Hegelian windbags who filled the vacuum with monstrous creations after the Revolution, nature's analog after a geological upheaval, when strange and monstrous organized forms emerged that were not in harmony with themselves or with each other and could not last long. These are the memorial of fluctuation and experimentation, not the continuation of the critical path. My aim in this appendix is really only to justify the doctrine I have presented in the work itself, to the extent that the work disagrees with, or even contradicts, many aspects of Kant's philosophy. However different the content of my line of reasoning is from that of Kant, it has clearly been very heavily influenced by canon ideas. It necessarily presupposes them and takes them as its point of departure. And I confess that, next to the impressions gained from the world of intuition, I owe what is best in my own development to the works of Kant, just as much as I do to Plato and the sacred texts of the Hindus. Nevertheless, there are points where I do come into conflict with Kant, and I can only justify myself by showing that he was mistaken in these matters. Justice demands that his merits be called to mind by anyone who wants to follow me in relentlessly exposing his flaws. Motto: genius may err, value inexhaustible, errors finite and reviewable. Take up philosophy still where Kant left it. Post-canon monsters are episode, not progress. Dead. Kant, Plato, Hindus, departure only where Kant erred. Quote, It is much easier to indicate errors and mistakes in the work of a great mind than to give a clear and complete account of its value. This is because the mistakes are specific and finite, and we can review each one, whereas it is a mark of genius that the excellence of its works is unfathomable and inexhaustible. Quote, "Next to the impressions gained from the world of intuition, I owe what is best in my own development to the works of Kant, just as much as I do to Plato and the sacred texts of the Hindus." Kant's great merits: appearance, maya, and moral meaning. Kant's greatest merit is the clear knowledge and calm, level-headed presentation of the dreamlike constitution of the whole world. He expressed what Plato and the Indians already knew: appearance versus the thing in itself, the work of Maya as the visible world, a magic trick, an insubstantial, intrinsically inessential semblance comparable to an optical illusion or a dream, a veil wrapped around human consciousness. But he made it into an established and incontrovertible truth through the calmest and most sober presentation. While both Plato and the Indians only grounded their claims in a general worldview, articulating these claims as direct expressions of their consciousness, and presenting them more mythically and poetically than clearly and philosophically. In this respect, they are related to Kant, just as the Pythagoreans who claim that the earth rotates around the sun are related to Copernicus. Kant accomplished this by taking apart the whole machinery of our cognitive faculty, which brings about the phantasmagoria of the objective world, and displaying it piece by piece, with admirable dexterity and clarity of mind. All previous Western philosophies look indescribably clumsy compared to Kant. They fail to recognize this truth, which is why they always really speak as if they were dreaming. Kant was the first to wake them abruptly from this dream, which is why the last of the sleepers, Mendelssohn, called him the universal destroyer, Alzheimer. He showed that the laws that govern existence, i.e. experience in general, with staunch necessity cannot be used to deduce or explain existence itself, and that the validity of these laws is thus only relative. They arise only after existence. The world of experience in general is already posited and present, and consequently these laws cannot be our guide when we set about explaining our own existence or the existence of the world. All previous Western philosophers imagined that these laws, which connect appearances to each other, and all of which, time and space as well as causality and inference, I collect together under the rubric of the principle of sufficient reason, were absolute and not conditioned by anything at all, eternal truths, eterni veritates, and that the world itself existed only as a result of and in conformity with them, and believed, accordingly, that they must be the key for solving the whole riddle of the world. The assumptions made for this purpose, which Kant criticized under the name of the ideas of reason, really only serve to raise mere appearance, the work of Maya, Plato's world of shadows, to the position of sole and highest reality, and deposit appearance as the true and innermost essence of things, hence making true cognition of this essence impossible. I.e., in a word, putting the dreamers even more soundly to sleep. Kant showed that those laws, and consequently the world itself, are conditioned by the subject's mode of cognition, from which it follows that, however much people kept researching and reaching conclusions with this as their guide, they did nothing to advance the main issue, i.e. cognition of the essence of the world in itself and outside of representation, but instead only went round and round like a squirrel in a wheel. We can thus compare the dogmatists, taken all together, with people who think that they will come to the end of the world if they keep going straight on for long enough. But then Kant sailed around the world and showed that because it is round, we will not escape by moving horizontally, but it might not be impossible if we move vertically. You could also say that Kant's doctrine makes us realize that we need not look beyond ourselves for the beginning and the end of the world, but rather within. All this rests on the fundamental distinction between dogmatic and critical or transcendental philosophy. Anyone wanting to clarify this with an example can do so quite readily by reading Leibniz's essay on the ultimate origination of things as a specimen of the dogmatic philosophy. A proper, realist dogmatic a priori demonstration of the origin and excellence of the world using the ontological and cosmological proofs on the grounds of the eternal truths, while experience, which reveals the exact opposite of that excellence, is told to keep its mouth shut when philosophy has spoken a priori. With Kant, critical philosophy comes on the scene as the adversary of this entire method. Critical philosophy conceives its problem to be precisely those eternal truths that serve to support all such dogmatic structures. It investigates their origin and finds it to be in people's heads. They stem from forms specifically belonging to these heads and are carried around inside of them for the purpose of apprehending an objective world. So here in the brain is the quarry that supplies the matter for that proud dogmatic construct. To achieve this result, critical philosophy must go above and beyond the eternal truths on which all dogmatism has so far been grounded, in order to make these into its objects of investigation. But in so doing, it has become transcendental philosophy. From this, it follows further that what we recognize as the objective world does not belong to the essence of things in themselves, but rather only to its appearance, and is conditioned by those very forms that lie a priori in the human intellect, i.e. the brain, and thus that the world can contain nothing but appearances. Of course, Kant did not realize that appearance is the world as representation, and the thing in itself is the will. But he showed that the appearing world is conditioned by the subject as much as it is by the object, and by isolating the most general forms of its appearance, i.e. of representation, he showed that we do not just come to have cognition of these forms and comprehend their complete conformity to law by proceeding from the object. We cognize these forms just as well when we proceed from the subject. And we can do so because they really constitute the boundary between object and subject and are, thus common to both. And Kant concluded that when we follow this boundary, we do not get to the inside of either the object or the subject, and consequently we never gain cognition of the essence of the world, the thing in itself. As I will soon show, Kant did not deduce the thing in itself properly, but rather by means of an inconsistency, and he had to repent for this in the form of frequent and overwhelming attacks on this principal aspect of his doctrine. He did not directly recognize the will as the thing in itself, but he did take a huge, revolutionary step in the direction of this recognition by demonstrating that the undeniable moral meaning of human action is utterly different from and independent of the laws of appearance, and never explicable from these, but rather is something that touches directly on the thing in itself. This is the second main point of view with respect to his merit. He separated the great and undeniable ethical significance of actions from appearance and its laws, and showed the former to be directly concerned with the thing in itself, the innermost essence of the world, in contrast to the latter, i.e. time and space, and everything that fills them, and is arranged in them according to causal laws, which are seen as an insubstantial and chimerical dream. The little I have said in no way exhausts the topic, but might be enough to testify that I acknowledge Kant's great merit before relentlessly exposing his flaws. Anyone who begins the exposure without this acknowledgement is a pedant, not a critic. He measures a palm tree by the knots in its bark and never looks up. I look up first, then I cut away the deadwood. The prefaces already demanded that the reader bring Kant. This appendix shows why that demand was not piety, but method. Without the aesthetic space and time, without the analytics causality, without the dialectics destruction of rational psychology and rational cosmology as sciences of things in themselves, my first book would be Berkeley without the nerve, and my second book would be a mystical assertion. With those, the path is open, and the remaining task is to refuse the scaffolding that Kant nailed on for symmetry's sake. First merit, dream constitution of the world. Maya/appearance made philosophical truth, squirrel wheel of dogmatism broken. Second merit, moral meaning of action touches the thing in itself, independent of causal appearance. Limit, he did not name appearance representation or the thing in itself will. That was left to me. Quote, this sort of clear knowledge and calm, level-headed presentation of the dreamlike constitution of the whole world is really the basis for the whole of Kant's philosophy. It is its soul and its very greatest merit. Quote, he did not directly recognize the will as the thing in itself, but he did take a huge, revolutionary step in the direction of this recognition by demonstrating that the undeniable, moral meaning of human action is utterly different from and independent of the laws of appearance. The fundamental thought, and where Kant still shares dogmatism. To begin with, we want to scrutinize and make clear to ourselves the fundamental thought that is the point of the whole critique of pure reason. Kant adopts the standpoint of his predecessors, the dogmatic philosophers, and shares the following assumptions with them. 1. Metaphysics is the science of what lies beyond the possibility of all experience. 2. This can never be discovered using principles that are themselves derived from experience. Rather, only what we know prior to, and thus independently of all experience, can go beyond possible experience. 3. Some principles of this kind are really to be found within our reason, and they are comprehended under the term cognition from pure reason. This is the extent to which Kant makes common cause with his predecessors, but at this point he parts ways. His predecessors say, these principles, or cognition from pure reason, are expressions of the absolute possibility of things, eternal truths, sources of ontology. They stand above the world order as fate stood above the gods of the ancients. Kant says, these are mere forms of our intellect, laws that do not concern the existence of things, but rather our representations of them. Thus, they are valid only for our apprehension of things, and cannot extend further than the possibility of experience. The very fact that these forms of cognition are a priori, since this can be the case only by virtue of their subjective origin, separates us forever from cognition of the essence in itself of things, and limits us to a world of mere appearances, so that we cannot have cognition of how things might be in themselves a posteriori, let alone a priori. Metaphysics is therefore impossible, and into its place steps critique. Here is already the fork at which I leave him. If metaphysics is defined as the science of what lies beyond all possible experience, then of course it is impossible, but that definition is a dogmatic inheritance, not a necessity of the thing. The world as well is not beyond experience in that scholastic sense. It is given immediately in the body, as I showed in the second book, and then recognized as the inner essence of every appearance. Kant's own second merit, the moral meaning touching the thing in itself, already contradicts his ban on metaphysics. If metaphysics means cognition of the essence of the world, he forbade the path and then pointed to the destination. My whole work is the vertical sail he himself made possible, not going further horizontally among appearances under the principle of sufficient reason, but descending into the will that is appearance's inner side. The professors who treat the critique as a permanent police ordinance against all metaphysics have understood only its negative half. They have not noticed that Kant himself, in ethics, already broke his own quarantine. They keep the quarantine and discard the ethics, or keep a formal ethics and discard the will. Either way, they remain horizontal sailors, going round the globe and announcing at each meridian that land is impossible. Metaphysics after Kant is not a return to Leibniz's a priori excellence of the world. It is the recognition that the thing in itself is not an ex beyond, but the will within, and that this recognition is already prepared by the aesthetic and by the moral meaning Kant himself isolated. That is why I can praise him without becoming his schoolman, and criticize him without becoming his enemy. The historical assessment of Kant's achievements must note that although he effected the greatest revolution in philosophy and brought an end to 14 centuries of scholasticism, understood in the broader sense, truly inaugurating an entirely new, third epoch in philosophy, nonetheless the immediate result of his appearance was almost exclusively negative, not positive. He did not establish a complete new system for his followers to maintain for some limited period of time. Consequently, although everyone clearly recognized that something major had taken place, no one really knew what it was. They certainly saw that the whole philosophical enterprise to date had been a futile dream, and that a new age had now awoken from this dream, but they did not know what to believe in next. A great emptiness, A great need had opened up, and this aroused a general interest, even from the public at large. Men without any conspicuous talent felt inspired, although without being impelled by any inner drive or feeling of strength. They made a variety of weak, absurd, and occasionally crazy experiments that came to the notice of the newly attentive public. Since Kant initiated a crisis in an age of monstrous creations in philosophy, it can be inferred that his merit was not absolute, but rather suffered from gross defects, and must have been negative and one-sided. We will now search for these defects, beginning with the inconsistency in his deduction of the thing in itself, continuing through the architectonic passion that deformed the analytic, and ending with the ethics that substitutes a formal formula of egoism for the living cognition of compassion. The search is not malice, is the only way to keep the palm tree standing after the flood of commentary has tried to bury it under its own fallen fronds. Shared dogmatic frame. Metaphysics equals beyond experience. Pure reason principles. Kant relativizes them to forms of intellect. My fork will give an embody, vertical path. Kant's ethics already breaches the ban. Negative revolution. Emptied the field. Monsters filled it. Defects were one-sidedness of the merit. Quote, Kant adopts the standpoint of his predecessors, the dogmatic philosophers, and shares the following assumptions with them. 1. Metaphysics is the science of what lies beyond the possibility of all experience. Metaphysics is therefore impossible, and into its place steps critique. Thing in itself, object, and representation, the inconsistency. Kant deduced the thing in itself by means of an inconsistency for which he had to repent in frequent and overwhelming attacks. He rightly showed that the object is conditioned by the subject's forms, but he still treated the thing that affects us as if it were an object in the ordinary sense, something outside that causes sensation, thereby reintroducing causality, which belongs only to appearance, into the relation between appearance and the thing in itself. Although the fact was hidden under many twists and turns, Kant grounded the presupposition of the thing in itself in an inference according to the law of causality, namely that empirical intuition, or more precisely the sensation in our sense organs that generates empirical intuition, must have an external cause. But according to his own correct discovery, we are familiar with the law of causality a priori. Consequently, it is a function of our intellect, and thus subjective in origin. Further, the sensory sensation itself to which we apply the law of causality is undeniably subjective. And finally, even space, in which we locate the cause of the sensation as an object by application of this law, is an a priori and thus subjective form of our intellect. Accordingly, the whole of empirical intuition remains on strictly subjective ground. It is simply an event within us, and there is nothing independent of and entirely different from it that could be reached by that causal inference. Causality cannot climb out of the world of representation to hitch the will or any other candidate for the thing in itself to sensation as its cause. The causal relation is found only within appearance and already presupposes it. The world itself can be explained only from the will, since the world is precisely the will itself to the extent that the will appears, and not through causality. But causality is the only principle of explanation in the world, and everything takes place only in accordance with the laws of nature. Kant's thing in itself, insofar as it is still thought as the cause of sensation, is a hybrid, half critical, half dogmatic. That is why the attacks on this principal aspect of his doctrine never ceased. Scholz and Nicodemus demonstrated the untenable point extensively. Fichte dissolving the thing in itself into the ego, the windbags making it into absolute spirit, the empiricists denying it altogether. I alone took the step Kant prepared, but did not complete. The thing in itself is not inferred as a cause of representation. It is given immediately as will and self-consciousness, and then recognized by analogy as the inner essence of every other appearance. The manner in which Kant introduces the thing in itself stands in undeniable contradiction to the resolutely idealistic fundamental insight, so clearly articulated in the first edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, and doubtless this is the chief reason why he suppressed the main idealist passage in the second edition and declared his frank opposition to Berkeley's idealism. But in doing so, he simply made his work incoherent and could not remedy its principal defect. In the first edition, he declares just as resolutely as Berkeley and I have done that the external world in space and time is just a representation of the cognitive subject. So, for instance, he says without reservation, if I were to take away the thinking subject, the whole corporeal world would have to disappear, as this is nothing but the appearance and the sensibility of our subject and one mode of its representations. But in the second edition, he suppresses the whole passage that gives a beautifully clear presentation of his resolute idealism, and he brings in a lot of contradictory assertions instead. This resulted in the circulation of a disfigured and corrupted text of the Critique of Pure Reason from 1787 to 1838. The book became self-contradictory and could not have made complete sense to anyone. In 1838, Professor Rosencrantz was persuaded by my claims to restore the Critique of Pure Reason to its original form by having the first edition of 1781 printed, thus rendering philosophy an inestimable service, perhaps even rescuing the most important work in German literature from destruction. Nobody should imagine himself acquainted with the Critique of Pure Reason or believe that he has a clear idea of Kant's doctrine if he has only read the second edition or one of the editions to follow that. This is simply impossible because he has read only a garbled, corrupted, and in some respects inauthentic text. It is my duty here to state this firmly as a warning to everyone. A related confusion runs through the terminology of object and representation. Kant often speaks as if representation were one thing and the object another, when in truth the object is the representation, insofar as it is referred to a subject under the forms of space, time, and causality. The world as representation is not a picture of a world that also exists beside it. It is the world considered from one side. The other side is will. When Kant says we cognize only appearances, not things in themselves, he is right if appearance means representation under the principle of sufficient reason. He is wrong if he implies that the thing in itself is an unknowable X forever outside. The second book closed that gap without violating the aesthetic. We do not know the thing in itself by applying categories to it. We are it as will, and we know it immediately in the body. That is not a transcendental use of the categories. It is the refusal to treat the only immediate object we have as if it were merely another representation among representations. No object without subject is not a Berkeleyan whim that Kant timidly avoided. It is the soul of the first critique, and my first book is only its consistent development. Inconsistency, thing in itself as cause of sensation, reimports causality beyond appearance. Schultz's point. A versus B edition, resolute idealism suppressed, corrupted text, Rosencrantz restoration. Object equals representation, not a second world beside the picture, will given immediately. Quote, Kant did not deduce the thing in itself properly, but rather by means of an inconsistency, and he had to repent for this in the form of frequent and overwhelming attacks on this principal aspect of his doctrine. Quote, if I were to take away the thinking subject, the whole corporeal world would have to disappear, as this is nothing but the appearance and the sensibility of our subject and one mode of its representations. Quote, nobody should imagine himself acquainted with the Critique of Pure Reason or believe that he has a clear idea of Kant's doctrine if he has only read the second edition or one of the editions to follow that. This is simply impossible because he has read only a garbled, corrupted, and in some respects inauthentic text. Architectonic symmetry, categories, judgments, schematism. Kant's great achievements were accompanied by a passion for architectonic symmetry that deformed the analytic, bent on finding an a priori analog for every empirical function of the cognitive faculty. He hit upon the table of judgments, from which he formed the table of categories as well as he could, as the doctrine of the 12 pure concepts a priori, which are supposed to be the condition of our thinking precisely those things whose intuition is conditioned a priori through the two forms of sensibility. So now, there was a pure understanding to correspond symmetrically to the pure sensibility. After this, he was struck by another consideration that offered him a way of increasing the plausibility of the matter at hand, namely the assumption of the schematism of the pure concepts of the understanding. But this most clearly betrayed the course of his procedure, a procedure of which even he was unconscious. Specifically, since he was bent on finding an a priori analog for every empirical function, he noticed that another intermediate is very frequently, if not always, to be found between our empirical intuition and our empirical thought, which is completed by abstract, non-intuitive concepts, since every now and then we try to return to intuiting from abstract thinking, to convince ourselves that our abstract thinking has not strayed too far from the secure ground of intuition, becoming too high-flown, or even turning into mere verbiage. This is something like the situation when we walk in the dark and occasionally reach out to touch the wall. Kant describes each of the schemata as monograms of the pure imagination a priori, and assigns each of them to its corresponding category in the strange chapter on the schematism of pure concepts of the understanding, which is infamous for its excessive obscurity, because nobody has ever been any the wiser for reading it. But its obscurity is dispelled when it is seen from the standpoint given here. And this is also where we see more clearly than anywhere else the intentions behind his method and the resolution made in advance to find what corresponds to the analogy and what can serve the cause of architectonic symmetry. In fact, the whole thing starts to verge to a certain extent on the comical, since he assumes that the empirical schemata, or representatives of our real concepts and fantasy, will have analogous schemata in the pure, contentless, a priori concepts of the understanding categories. He overlooks the fact that the purpose of such schemata is entirely absent here. The table of categories itself is a forced symmetry. Causality is genuine and a priori. I have never contested that. It is the understanding's sole form in my sense, the law by which intuition becomes perception of objects. But reciprocity, the categories of modality dressed as if they were on the same footing, the forced correspondence of each form of judgment with a pure concept. These do not express something really corresponding to the form of judgment from which each is derived. This is almost never the case with the other categories, which are for the most part deduced from the forms of judgment by a violence of architectonic, rather than by insight into the cognitive faculty. It takes a real passion for symmetry and a real faith in the guidance it provides to assume that affirmative, categorical, and assertor judgments are so fundamentally different functions of the understanding that each requires its own pure concept. After a presentation that presupposes both the essay on the principle of sufficient reason and what we said in the first book, I hope there will be no more doubts about the true and very diverse origins of the forms of judgment presented to us in the table of judgments, nor any further doubts that the 12 special functions of the understanding that are offered to explain them constitute an unjustifiable and groundless assumption. Possibility, actuality, and necessity collapse together once one sees that being necessary only means being the consequent of a given ground. With actuality, this ground is a cause, which is why everything actual is necessary. What keeps them apart is the constraint placed on our intellect by the form of time, because time is the intermediary between possibility and actuality. Contingency proves to be a merely subjective phenomenon that arises from the limitation of the horizon of our understanding, and is thus just as subjective as the optical horizon where the sky meets the earth. The result of Kant's table is a labyrinth in which generations of professors have wandered, commenting on commentaries, while the single living nerve of the analytic, space, time, and causality as the forms that make experience possible was already sufficient for the critical revolution. My fourfold route simplified what Kant complicated. The principle of sufficient reason in its four forms is the whole a priori scaffolding. The rest of the table is scaffolding for scaffolding's sake. Reason and understanding must also be distinguished more cleanly than Kant's usage allows. Understanding is the faculty of causality in intuition, the faculty that makes perception of objects possible. Reason is the faculty of concepts, of abstract representations, of language and deliberation. Kant often conflates them, and then invents a pure reason that generates ideas of the unconditioned by a supposed necessary dialectic. In truth, the ideas of soul, world, and God arise from the unconditioned use of the principle of sufficient reason, from abstract cognition that has abandoned the secure ground of intuition and uses the shadow of that principle to smuggle an unconditioned into the broad scope of its concepts. The method is most clear when clothed in dialectical terms. If there is a conditioned, then its condition must be given as well, and indeed fully, which is to say completely, which means the totality of its conditions, and consequently, if they form a series, the whole series, and consequently the beginning of the series, and thus the unconditioned. This is a sly and subtle illusion. Abstract cognition unites the manifold of intuitive cognition into a single form or a single concept in such a way that it can no longer be differentiated. Abstract cognition is to intuitive cognition as a shadow, is to the real objects whose great diversity it reproduces in a single, all-encompassing outline. The supposed principle of reason uses this shadow. In order to deduce the unconditioned from the principle of sufficient reason, with which it is in direct contradiction, it cleverly abandons the direct, intuitive cognition of the content of the principle of sufficient reason in its individual forms, and uses only the abstract concepts that are drawn from it. That is the whole transcendental dialectic, once the architectonic costumes are removed. Call it pure reason if you like. I call it reason mistaking its own abstractions for things. The same mistake that makes the categorical imperative look like a law fallen from heaven when it is only a formula of egoism written in formal ink. Architectonic. Table of Judgments 12 categories. Schematism as forced analog of empirical fantasy. Living nerve, space, time, causality. Fourfold root as simplification. Reason versus understanding. Concepts versus causal intuition. Unconditioned smuggled via abstract shadow of PSR. Quote, this most clearly betrayed the course of his procedure, a procedure of which even he was unconscious. In fact, the whole thing starts to verge to a certain extent on the comical. Quote, abstract cognition is to intuitive cognition as a shadow, is to the real objects whose great diversity it reproduces in a single, all-encompassing outline. Now the supposed principle of reason uses this shadow. Antinomies, ideal, and freedom. Kant's antinomies are presented as necessary conflicts of reason with itself. Looked at closely, the critical resolution often claims in favor of the antithesis, while pretending to a higher impartiality. Whether Kant himself knew that his critical resolution of the conflict was really a claim in favor of the antithesis, I cannot say. It all depends on whether what Schelling somewhere very perceptively calls Kant's system of accommodation extended this far, or whether Kant's mind here was fettered by an unconscious accommodation to the influence of his time and circumstances. The infinity of the series of conditions is determined through the form of ground and consequent, and this must be determined through the subject's mode of cognition. Thus the world as is cognized exists only in the representation of the subject. That is the real content of the mathematical antinomies, once the theatrical conflict is dropped. The solution to the third antinomy, which is concerned with the idea of freedom, deserves special consideration. Here Kant was forced to speak at greater length about the thing in itself, which until then he had kept in the background. Regardless of any transcendental freedom, the independence of the will in itself from the laws of the connections of its appearance, nobody has the ability to begin a series of actions from himself alone, and yet this is what the thesis asserts. Thus, freedom has no causality, because only the will is free, and it lies outside of nature or appearance. The latter is only ever its objectivation, but does not stand in a relation of causality to it, since this sort of relation is found only within appearance. The causal relation cannot include appearances themselves or connect them with something that is explicitly not an appearance. Right lies entirely on the side of the antithesis, which sticks to what is at issue and uses the principle of explanation that is valid in this case. The thesis, by contrast, is supposedly extracted from its difficulties by a justification that begins by skipping to something completely different from what was in question. The fourth conflict is, in its deepest sense, tautological with the third. In its solution, Kant develops the untenability of the thesis even further. He does not offer any reason for its truth and its supposed compatibility with the antithesis. He introduces the assumption of the thesis very imploringly, yet he himself calls it an arbitrary presupposition whose object might very well be intrinsically impossible, and makes an utterly impotent attempt to find it a little haven somewhere in which it will be safe from the sweeping power of the antithesis, so as not to reveal the nothingness of his favorite pretense that there are necessary antinomies in human reason. This is followed by the chapter on the transcendental ideal, which brings us right back to the rigid scholasticism of the Middle Ages. You would think you were listening to Anselm of Canterbury himself. The ens realissimum, the sum total of all realities, the content of all affirmative propositions, comes into view, and in fact with the claim that it is a necessary idea of reason. For my part, I have to admit that my faculty of reason is incapable of such a thought, and I cannot form any determinate ideas from the words that describe it. Furthermore, I have no doubt that Kant was compelled only by his passion for architectonic symmetry to include this strange chapter, a chapter that was unworthy of him. The three main objects of the scholastic philosophy, and this, as we have said, can be broadly construed as continuing all the way to Kant, the soul, the world, and God, are supposed to be deduced from the three possible major premises of inferences, although it is clear that they have only come, and indeed can only come, from the unconditioned use of the principle of sufficient reason. But after the soul was forced into the categorical judgment, and the hypothetical was used for the world, nothing was left for the third idea except the disjunctive major premise. Luckily, some preparatory work was found in this sense, namely the ens realissimum of the scholastics, along with the ontological proof for the existence of God put forward in rudimentary form by Anselm. Architectonic symmetry demanded a third idea. Scholastic leftovers supplied it. That is not critique, that is furniture arrangement. The same passion that forced 12 categories from the table of judgments forced God into the disjunctive major premise, and then spent a chapter proving that the ens realissimum cannot be known as object, which everyone of sense already knew, while leaving the suspicion that reason somehow needed the furniture anyway. Better an empty room than a museum of idols labeled regulative only. My own account of freedom, developed in the fourth book, keeps what is living in Kant's distinction of intelligible and empirical character and discards the antinomial theater. The will as thing in itself is free. Its appearance in time is necessary under motives. Freedom emerges into appearance only as the transcendental alteration of negation, not as a causality that begins a series inside nature. Kant saw the distinction and then tried to save a thesis that the distinction itself makes superfluous. The paralogisms of rational psychology belong to the same family of errors. The soul as simple substance, as person, as immortal. All are hypostatizations of the unity of apperception, which is a formal condition of representation, not a thing that could be known as object. Kant destroyed those sciences correctly. He only erred when, for symmetry, he rebuilt a parallel structure of ideas that must be conserved as regulative. A regulative idea that one is forbidden to treat as constitutive is, for most minds, simply an idea kept in a glass case, and the windbags smash the glass at the first opportunity. Better to say plainly, the unconditioned is not an object of reason at all. Reason's business is concepts abstracted from intuition under the principle of sufficient reason. When it abandons intuition, it produces shadows, not ideas of the absolute. Antinomies. Resolution favors antithesis. Mathematical conflicts are about representations forms. Freedom. will free outside appearance. No causal beginning inside nature. Thesis unjustified. Ideal. Ens realissimum as architectonique liftovir. Sopholastique forniture. Quote, freedom has no causality because only the will is free and it lies outside of nature or appearance. The latter is only ever its objectivation, but does not stand in a relation of causality to it. Quote, I have no doubt that Kant was compelled only by his passion for architectonic symmetry to include this strange chapter, a chapter that was unworthy of him. Ethics, formal duty, hidden egoism, and living virtue. Kant's practical reason and categorical imperative are the point where my conflict with him becomes most urgent for life. Looked at closely, his ethical principle is nothing other than an indirect and hidden expression of the simple old principle. Do not do to others what you would not have done to you, and therefore refers primarily and directly to passivity, to suffering, and to deeds only by means of this. Thus, it would be an extremely useful guide for setting up a state which is established to prevent the suffering that results from wrongdoing and tries to secure the maximum sum of well-being for one and all. But in ethics, where the object of investigation is the deed as a deed and in its direct significance for the doer, but not its consequence, suffering, or its relation to others, such a consideration is absolutely not permitted, since it basically amounts to a principle of happiness, which is to say egoism. This is why we cannot share Kant's joy over the fact that his principle of ethics is not material, i.e., does not posit an object as a motive, but is instead merely formal, corresponding symmetrically to the formal laws we learned about in the Critique of Pure Reason. It is clearly not a law, but only a formula for finding a law. And not only do we already have this formula more quickly and clearly in the old, do not do to others what you would not have done to you, but analysis reveals that it only ever gets its content by reference to one's own happiness, and thus it can only serve rational egoism, which is the origin of all legal constitutions as well. Symmetry again. As the analytic had its formal laws, so ethics must have a formal law, and the living nerve of compassion is sacrificed to the blueprint. There is another error, one that everyone finds offensive, and so is frequently the object of criticism and was once parroted in an epigram by Schiller. It is the pedantic tenet that if a deed is to be truly good and deserving, it must be performed solely out of respect for recognized law and the concept of duty, and according to a maxim that reason is conscious of in the abstract, not from any inclination, not from any feeling of goodwill towards others, not from any tender-hearted compassion, sympathy, or feelings from the heart which, according to the Critique of Practical Reason, right-thinking individuals will find positively annoying, something that confuses their well-considered and deliberate maxims. Rather, the deed must be done reluctantly and with self-restraint. Remember, too, that hope for a reward is not supposed to be at issue here, and you can see the absurdity of this demand. But more importantly, it runs completely counter to the true spirit of virtue. It is not the deed that is merit, but rather the willingness to perform it, the love that produces it, and without which it would be a dead work. This is why Christianity rightly teaches that all outer works are worthless if they do not come from that true disposition that consists of genuine willingness and pure love, and that it is not accomplished works, operata, that bring blessedness and redemption, but rather faith, the true disposition that is granted only by the Holy Spirit, not the free and deliberate will that looks only to the law. Kant's demand that every virtuous action take place coldly and without, indeed against, any inclination from pure, deliberate respect for the law and in accordance with its abstract maxims, is tantamount to the claim that every true work of art must come from a well-considered application of aesthetic rules. The one is just as perverse as the other. In all cases that we can describe or imagine, the difference between rational and irrational action comes down to the question of whether the motives are abstract concepts or intuitive representations. That is why the explanation I gave of reason is in precise agreement with the linguistic usage of all times and peoples. The practical use of reason is what gives people their real advantage over the animals, and this is the only respect in which it is meaningful and permissible to talk about human dignity, not as a dignity fallen from heaven with the categorical imperative, but as the capacity for deliberation among abstract motives. It is really not a matter of virtue and vice in such rationality of conduct. Stoic equanimity and Horatian nil admirari belong here as practical clarity, not as the quietive. What Horace means is thus the fearlessness and imperturbability as well as dispassionateness which Democritus had already praised as the highest good. Do not value anything unconditionally. Do not become smitten with anything. Do not believe that the possession of any given object can bring happiness. Every unutterable longing for an object or state is only a teasing chimera, and you can free yourself from this longing just as completely and much more easily through a clarified knowledge than you would if you achieved possession of it. True virtue, as the fourth book showed, comes from intuitive cognition that recognizes in another individual the same essence as in its own, from compassion, from seeing through the principium individuationis, not from a formal maxim that secretly calculates whether one would assent to an order of things in which no one helped anyone. Kant's search for the maxim, if everyone looked with complete indifference on the need of others, and if you belonged to such an order of things, would you be in it with the assent of your will, is already the egoist's thought experiment. How rashly we sanction a law that is unfair to ourselves would be the rule for the acquiescence in question. Looked at closely, this is happiness principle in formal dress. The state may build on it, the saint does not. And the philosophy that confuses the two, that takes the formula of legal egoism for the essence of morality, will never understand either affirmation or negation of the will to life. Thus the appendix closes the circle. From Kant, I took the dream constitution of the world and the moral meaning that points beyond appearance. From Kant, I discarded the architectonic table, the inconsistent thing in itself as cause, the antinomial theater, the scholastic ideal, and the cold duty that scorns compassion. What remains is the single thought of this work. The world as representation under the principle of sufficient reason. The world as will immediately known. Ideas and art as the Sabbath of willing. Affirmation and negation as the ethical poles of that will self-cognition. The professors who want Kant without the will, or the will without Kant, have understood neither. Voltaire's privilege stands. The genius erred, and the path he opened remains the only path. Whoever still prefers the second edition's accommodations, the 12 categories as a sacred tablet, and the categorical imperative as the voice of pure practical reason, is free to remain in the labyrinth. I have shown the exit, and it leads through the body, through the hungry will, and through the quietive, not through another commentary on the table of judgments. The appendix is therefore not an attack on Kant for the pleasure of demolition. It is the settlement of a debt. I pay what I owe by keeping what is immortal, and I refuse what is mortal by naming it as such. That, and not the windbag's absolute, is how one takes up from Kant. The single thought of the 4 books stands completed only when this settlement is made. Without Kant, there is no critical path into representation. Without the will, there is no exit from the squirrel wheel of appearance. Keep both, or keep neither. The reader who has followed prefaces through 4th book already knows the single thought. This appendix only shows where that thought joins Kant's trunk, and where it must branch away if it is not to wither into another school. Ci as egoism, formal formula of quot tibi non vis, useful for the state, not for ethics of the deed. Cold duty, Schiller's parody. Virtue is love and disposition, not reluctant legality. Art analogy. Closing, keep merits, discard scaffolding. Single thought completed. Quote, looked at closely, this ethical principle is thus nothing other than an indirect and hidden expression of the simple old principle. Do not do to others what you would not have done to you, and therefore refers primarily and directly to passivity, to suffering, and to deeds only by means of this. Quote, Kant's demand that every virtuous action take place coldly and without, indeed against, any inclination from pure, deliberate respect for the law and in accordance with its abstract maxims, is tantamount to the claim that every true work of art must come from a well-considered application of aesthetic rules. The one is just as perverse as the other. Conclusion. The World as Will and Representation, Volume 1, presents a single thought under 4 perspectives and settles accounts with Kant in an appendix. The world is representation under the principle of sufficient reason, and the same world is will as thing in itself. Ideas and art give a sabbath from willing. Ethics describes affirmation and negation of the will to life without prescribing an ought. Prefaces demand the reader bring Kant, the fourfold root, and a twice-through patience, not as piety, but because the work is organic. Every part supports every other, and the whole is not a chain of conclusions from premises, but a building that must be seen from several sides. The arc moves from epistemology to metaphysics to aesthetics to ethics, then to critique. Book I exhibits the world as representation, subject and object as correlatives, space, time, and causality as forms, understanding as causal intuition, reason as the faculty of concepts, science as cognition from grounds, and closes by noting that this side cannot answer what the world is besides representation. Book 2 answers with will, the body given as representation and as will as thing in itself objectified in grades from forces of nature to human character, teleology without design. The hungry will living off itself in struggle. Book 3 lifts cognition from service to the will into pure contemplation of Platonic ideas, genius, beauty, and the sublime, the hierarchy of the arts. Music as a copy of the will itself rather than of ideas. Book 4 refuses practical philosophy as command and describes instead affirmation, body, sex, egoism, wrong, the state, eternal justice behind the veil of Maya, compassion as seeing through the principium individuationis, negation as quietive, asceticism, and relative nothing, suicide remaining affirmation. The appendix keeps Kant's dream constitution of the world and the moral meaning that touches the thing in itself. It discards architectonic categories, the thing in itself as cause, antinomial theater, the scholastic ideal, and cold duty that scorns compassion. The stakes are absolute for anyone who still expects happiness as a positive possession, or metaphysics as a horizontal march among appearances, or ethics as a table of duties. If Schopenhauer is right, satisfaction is only liberation from lack. Suffering is essential to the will's appearance. Virtue cannot be taught any more than genius. Salvation is an event in the will's self-cognition, not a maxim deduced from pure practical reason. Art is not ornament, but temporary will-lessness that proves the possibility of the quietive. Indian Mahavakyas and Christian saints become philosophical phenomena, not rival mythologies to be politely compared. Limits are those of Volume I's own design and of this forensic summary. Volume 2 supplements are not treated here. The Cambridge Norman Welshman Janaway translation is the source, with editorial front matter and variants excluded from the body bounds. The thing in itself, as well, remains a metaphysical claim that Kant's inconsistency made urgent and that the body makes immediate. It will not convince anyone still trapped in the demand for a cause of sensation outside representation. Negation of the will cannot be manufactured by sermons or by this summary. Philosophy only describes. Close on the work's own pressure. For everyone still filled with the will, what remains after complete abolition is nothing. For those in whom the will has turned, this world with all its suns and galaxies is nothing. The preface's palm tree genius and the appendix's Voltaire motto meet there. Great errors with impunity, and a path that remains open only if one keeps Kant's critical nerve without the scaffolding and the will without inventing a heaven in which to keep hunting. Key persons discussed. Arthur Schopenhauer, author of WRV1, 1818/1819. Later editions. First-person single thought, will as thing in itself. Affirmation/negation ethics. Appendix critique of Kant. Immanuel Kant. Decisive predecessor. Aesthetic and moral meaning retained. Categories. Thing in itself as cause, CI, and architectonic symmetry rejected or corrected. Addition idealism preferred to be accommodations. Plato, Ideas as Grades of the Will's Objectivation, Book 3. Myth of the Demon, an Intelligible Character, paired with Kant and the Hindus as formative debt. Berkeley, Resolute Idealism, No Object Without Subject, that Kant's first edition approaches and the second edition muddies. Spinoza, cited for opposites illuminating each other, contrast with Schopenhauer's Will Metaphysics. Goethe, prefaces Genius Imagery, Prometheus and Affirmation, Poetry and Truth on Errors Closing Behind Great Minds. Leibniz, Dogmatic Specimen, De Rerum Origination Radicale, Eternal Truths as Foil for Critical Philosophy. Fichte/Schelling/Hegel, Post-canon, Monstrous Creations, and Absolute Spirit, Windbags Filling the Vacuum After Kant's Negative Revolution. G. E. Schulz, Enisidemius, exposed the untenability of Kant's causal inference to the thing in itself. Horace/Lucretius/Euripides, Classical Witnesses for Equanimity, Danaid's Thirst, and Eternal Justice Already Present. Judith Norman/Alastair Welchman/Christopher Janaway, Cambridge translators/editors of the source text used here, editorial apparatus excluded from forensic body bounds. Key works discussed. The World as Will and Representation, Volume 1, Schopenhauer, 1818-1819. Later eds the work itself. Prefaces for books appendix. On the Fourfold Root of the Principle of Sufficient Reason, Schopenhauer, 1813, required companion. For forms of PSR, demanded in prefaces. Critique of Pure Reason, Kant, a 1781/B 1787 point of departure. Appendix prefers edition idealism. Rosencrantz, Restoration praised. Critique of Practical Reason/Groundwork, Kant foils for cold duty and categorical imperative egoism. Bhagavad Gita/Upanishads, Upnekhat affirmations deathless courage. Krishna/Arjuna, Maya, Tat Tvam Asa, did alongside Plato and Kant. Plato's dialogues, ESP ideas, demon/character aesthetic and ethical architecture. Leibniz, De Rerum Origination Radicale, dogmatic a priori excellence of the world versus critical method. Index of key concepts. Single thought, the organic unity of WWR, metaphysics, ethics, and aesthetics as aspects of one cognition. Prefaces demand twice through reading because parts mutually support rather than deduce linearly. World as representation, object for subject under space, time, and causality. Object is representation referred to as subject, not a picture of a second world beside it. Principle of sufficient reason, PSR fourfold root, becoming, knowing, being, acting, the a priori scaffolding of appearance. Horizontal research among grounds never exits into the thing in itself. Understanding/reason, understanding as causal intuition that makes perception of objects. Reason as faculty of abstract concepts, language, and deliberation, distinguished against Kant's conflations. Will as thing in itself, immediate in the body, inner essence of every appearance by analogy, not inferred as cause of sensation, Kant's inconsistency. Objecthood/grades of objectivation, will appearing from natural forces through plant and animal to human character. Ideas as the grades contemplated aesthetically. Hungry will, endless striving, satisfaction negative, liberation from lack, life swinging between pain and boredom, Danaid's vessel. Platonic idea, adequately objectified grade of the will, object of pure, will-less contemplation, art's true content, except music. Genius/aesthetic contemplation, excess of cognition over will's service. Temporary Sabbath, beautiful and sublime as modes of will-less knowing. Music as copy of the will, not representation of ideas but parallel objectivation. Metaphysics of music as highest art. Principium Individuationis, space and time, as making the one will appear as many individuals. Veil of Maya, basis of egoism when unseen through. Affirmation of the will to life. Maintenance of body and especially sexual drive. Egoism, wrong, unwrecked, temporal justice of the state. Eternal justice, tormentor and tormented one will. World as welgericht, not temporal retribution. Compassion, mitleid, /tat, tvam, eci. Seeing through individuation, origin of justice and loving kindness, path towards sanctification. Quietive/negation, cognition as tranquilizer of the will, ascetic phenomenon, transcendental alteration of freedom into appearance. Relative nothing, prajnaparamita. Suicide is not equal to negation. Strong affirmation that destroys appearance while leaving the will, interrupts curative suffering. Intelligible/empirical character. Extratemporal act of will versus its temporal appearance under motives, actions necessary. Freedom, not in particular deeds. Kant's merits/defects. Dream constitution of the world and moral meaning retained. Architectonic categories. Thing in itself as cause. Ideal, cold CI discarded. Reading comprehension questions. What do the prefaces mean by a single thought, and why must the book be read twice rather than followed as a linear deduction? How does book I correlate subject and object, and what does it mean that matter is causality through and through? Distinguish understanding from reason in Schopenhauer's sense. Where does each operate, and why does this cut against Kant's usage? How is the body given in two ways, and why does that double givenness open the path from representation to will? Explain grades of the will's objectivation. What continues from natural force to human character, and what changes? Why is all satisfaction negative? And how do the Danaids and the blister remedy metaphors support that claim? What is aesthetic contemplation, and how does it differ from ordinary cognition in service to the will? Why is music not like the other arts for Schopenhauer? What does it copy, and what does it not copy? Define wrong, unwrecked, via the boundaries of bodily affirmation. How do cannibalism, murder, slavery, and theft of labor's fruit form one structure? How does eternal justice differ from the state's temporal justice? And what is the amphiboly of demanding that the offender suffer as the offended suffered? Trace the grades: egoism, malice, justice, loving-kindness, negation. What cognition deepens at each step? Why is suicide not negation of the will? And how does the red-hot coals circle illustrate stepping away versus running to cool spots? What two merits does the appendix grant Kant? And what is the inconsistency in his introduction of the thing in itself? Why does Schopenhauer prefer the A edition of the Critique, and what happens to idealism in the B edition? Critical probe. If virtue cannot be taught and the quietive cannot be manufactured by maxims, what value assumption about moral education is Schopenhauer rejecting? And what rival account, e.g. canon duty, utilitarian calculation, looks strongest against him if compassion is rare?